Hello, 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 everyone. Alrighty, we seem to be good to go on all fronts. Mike's checking in. Yep. Alrighty. Happy Monday, everyone. I hope the week is treating you well. I'm excited to see a few people here already, and also looking forward to today's Skyrim series very much. We are in one of my favorite parts of the game, honestly, because you're fighting the most, tangible characters, I guess, in the Civil War. Like, you're fighting other humans, so you really get to see, the true power scale of the Dragonborn. In addition to the complexity of the storyline. Um, but before we do that, as usual, I always have this kind of pre-show discussion segment, and also sometimes post-show. Hey, Kit Tarby, and also hello to PB. Um, we have this pre-show discussion segment, so we're going to break into that in just a moment. What we're talking about today is going to be, for one, we're gonna start out talking about kind of this update I put out last Saturday on Instagram about the channel, and we're gonna start there particularly because I was talking to some friends about it last night, and they weren't quite sure where I was going with some of the things I was saying, which totally makes sense to me, especially since I was kind of just like rushing it to get it out by the end of the day. So I'm gonna go back into that, and then we will, if we have time, we'll go into like the discussion thing I had planned for today. If not, I'll do that at the end of the stream, because part of what is changing is a return to slightly longer streams, and so there will be, as Skyrim used to have, a break halfway through this one, like a 5 minute break where I go to the bathroom, that sort of thing, and then also a discussion segment at the end, and memes will be kind of like before and after the break in the middle. So because I don't know exactly how things are gonna go, heck yeah, great to see you, Jorb. Yes, I am. I am here. I should really start posting my updates to Discord as well, and get you into the Discord server so that you can see when I'm coming up, so it's not just on my Instagram. Um, But yeah, so I promise there are certain things I was going to talk about. One of them being the Filioque. Since I don't know what we have time for today, I'm going to save that till tomorrow, right before the stream, because I know I'll have time then. So stay tuned for that. But yeah, Jorb, as time goes on, there'll be a link. Well, actually, you can just do !point Discord. There's a link. It's also just on my Twitch page, to the Discord server. Once you get in there and do like the verification stuff, we'll put you into the club's chat if you're not already there, and I'll start sending updates so you know like what time. Okay, sweet. Heck yeah. Let's make sure you're given the club's rules so you can see the chat. Let me check. Jorb. Oh boy. I don't know why I can't find how to search for a member right now. Like I can search things in the Discord, but I can't search people's names. It doesn't show me them. It shows me like things. Just shows me posts, and I don't know why that is because I feel like it's not normally how that feature works. So I'll just come back to that because I'm moderately technically illiterate. My bad. Um, Not technically, technologically illiterate. Or maybe both, given that mistake. But yeah, so we're gonna talk about that kind of stuff tomorrow. But I will post in there. I'll get you out into there so you can see when it comes up in the club's chat. So you'll know like what time we'll start streaming tomorrow, and we'll be good on that. So let's try and get first. Try and run through this so that I can get to kind of what I have planned for today. But if not, it is what it is. I'll talk about it at the end. It just might not, have as many people might get to see it, but it'll always be on the VOD. So This is the one. Yep. Alrighty. Cool. So here we are. This is what I put out last Saturday. This is my Instagram account. 3 Jagged Clubs 3. You can always check this stuff out there. I post pretty much every day. Saturday, that's today. That's Sunday. This is today. So number 1 on the list, it kind of gets, well, it gets clear in some points, a little bit more vague in others. Number 1 is longer streams. So it's clear to me, and we're going to talk about all these things from like a practical standpoint, a personal standpoint, and kind of like a existential standpoint, like the broader view of what we're trying to do here. And so number 1, that's mostly a practical thing, partly because I've seen that more people have people like, not like 7-8 hour streams. Those will wear people out. They burn me out. They burn people watching out. Especially keep those pretty rare and on special occasions. But people like not having to like be here right as the stream starts every day, and still be able to get like, have an opportunity to have a lengthy amount of engagement and to like get themselves oriented into what's going on. And so we're going back to Mondays and Fridays are going to be more like 4 to 5, 4 to 6, or 4 to 6 hours, and Tuesdays and Thursdays are going to be more like 3 to 4, 3 to 5. And that, it also helps me because it gives me more time to kind of lean into, have some more downtime to kind of like smell the roses on some games. I like to do that. And also shift through games more, which is this is going into point 2. I kind of coyly labeled it like shorter streams, ? Because not necessarily like we're not having, obviously based on what I just said, we're not actually having shorter streams. We're going to play different games for a shorter amount of time on certain days. So like on Thursday, we're not going to sit and we're going to play an RTS for like 5 hours because you burn yourself out. You're not making good decisions. Like these are high level decisions that people would realistically take like months to make in real life, and you're making them like this and hoping your empire doesn't explode. And that's pretty hard, and it doesn't get, it's not fun when you do that to yourself. Like you're 3 hours in, you're like, I don't really even care anymore. I just want to, check the box and move on to the thing I do care about. You make a mistake, everything falls apart. That's not fun for anyone. So this will also help get more games into rotation faster. So if you do, miss the game you want to see played, I'll be getting to it quicker because it's coming back up because we're rotating games at a little bit of a quicker pace. It doesn't go for every day. If there's a day that's specifically dedicated to a game, especially these Monday streams are about playing through a storyline, we'll be sticking with that one. Number 3, Tuesday and Thursday this week. This was just like an immediate thing, and so on that level, I just have a couple other people I haven't played with on the channel in a while, and I haven't even like talked to personally in a little bit. So I kind of want to bring them back in this week. So we're gonna try and work on that. In addition to Captain Glass was already scheduled to return this Tuesday, so scheduled, not like I pay him or anything. It just this is when it worked out for him to. He had other stuff going on for a little while, but now he's going to be back tomorrow. So that's good. And then, one second. Yeah. Consequences of me talking fast. So number 4 is more streams. And so this is a thing that both goes for Wednesdays soon. Starting around, after Easter, essentially, I will have my Wednesdays back because I do confirmation classes on those days for a friend of mine who I'm sponsoring, and so I'll have those evenings back after he gets confirmed on Easter. So I will be doing a stream on those days as well, and so I'm looking for ideas for things to do then. I already have a lot, but part of me wanting to have like longer streams where I rotate more is to allow some of those ideas to end up just in other parts of the week rather than being, just cutting a few, rather than having to pick and choose what we end up doing on Wednesday, having one of the many ideas, one of the things people like to see not getting shown. So we're gonna try and do as much as we can in that regard. We'll see. Also, Saturdays may eventually be a thing. Not every Saturday. The Saturday is kind of like my day. Some people know, some people don't. I live on kind of like a homestead sort of deal where there's stuff to do, cows, chickens, not too much just the normal stuff you have to do around the house. And so Saturday is kind of like my full day to do that since I have other stuff going on Wednesdays. It's the day I have off to really like work around the house, get that kind of stuff done. So I don't like to use, that's why I normally don't stream them, but I can probably make like a once a month special on Saturday, especially since that's a day that's easier to watch on because other people don't have other stuff going on. We could start earlier, so on and so forth. So the number 5 is really the big one. This is the one that people had the hardest time getting their heads around what I was talking about. And so I kind of the example I gave was Mr. Rogers, but essentially trying to break into more like how did I describe it here? More like a wholesome hope core PG type content on some things. And so this is really, it's a matter not of getting rid of anything else, but especially with this more time coming in, adding back in something that I feel like we've kind of gotten away from. And that was intentional. I wanted to, there's like two kind of content, the distinctions we're going to be drawing here are kind of between, the normal stuff you'll see is just scrolling through TikTok. Things are just exploding. It's a ruckus. It's just a lot of fun, but there's not a lot of meat there. It's not very deep, and I'll lean more into that as we get into it. And the other one's more like, you're watching stuff like that guy who rated us that once, Fuzzy Pickles. You're playing a game like Stardew Valley. Where you're just kind of like chilling out. You're talking about cool things the game are doing. So the way like I coyly put it was as like Mr. Rogers, but an adult version and also on steroids, like Space Marine Mr. Rogers. Like dealing with more adult and mature topics and doing it in a much more intense way, like really being belligerently, optimistic and about the good things in the game, kind of ignoring the bad. And trying to just like fight against this kind of cynicism and negativity that kind of strangles the culture. But really what's at the core of this is something I felt and always wanted before, when I was thinking of starting this up. It was always on my heart and mind, but then, as I was going through and watching videos and like getting advice on how to set stuff like this up, one of the people I ended up watching put it really well. A guy named Senpai Gaming, in one of his tutorial videos was talking about how he's like, if you're using this, you're trying to make a new channel, please, for the love of God, make something that actually makes the world a better place. Because, as you go and you're watching content online, there's just there's just a massive oversaturation of this kind of like prank video, heck yeah. Hey, great to see you, man. Big Ant OW, that's my cousin, for if anyone doesn't know. I'd love to see you here. Thanks for stopping in, brother. So Senpai Gaming's great. And so, like, he really leans into that. And that's kind of the philosophy I wanted coming into this, where, well, it's absolutely necessary, and I love to have it. I love everyone I do it with. To have kind of this content that is just like, it's a ruckus. It's a circus. Everyone's blowing each other up. There's not really like a set objective. We're all throwing hands, making fun of each other. That's great. But at the end of the day, this also is a practical thing, business-wise. Everyone does that. But also, socially, it's not a great thing where that's all that's really in your feed. And we've seen both. If I go through, my channel and I look at the views on the VODs, I look at how many people follow, I look at how many people pop in on those days, new viewers, things like Crusader Kings, things like our Skyrim series, if I start going farther back. It's obviously scales, but okay. What? Weird that I don't have as much there, but I can go into my creator dashboard. So we're going through things, and let's look actually at analytics, stream summaries. And so, as we go through, depending on the type of content, it varies very dramatically between those kind of things. And people really are looking for right now things where there's an objective. You get to celebrate with the guy who's doing it when you hit a new milestone. You get to learn new things about the game. Like you're playing, it's not. It's a difference between the kind of content that's like, hey, let's go, let's pop in the game as a guy who plays video games all the time, does it to make money. Let's just go ruin the day of a bunch of people who like are just trying to have fun after coming off a long day of work. Watch them crash out, make fun of them, and just like own the noobs. There's that kind of content, and then there's the kind of content where it's like, hey guys, let's pop in and be a team player. Let's pop in, help the noobs get good. Let's pop in and help me get on a game I've never played before. Climb the ranks in competitive, and we're all bouncing ideas off of. That's just a lot more positive. It's a lot more happy, and you leave feeling like edified and like connected with the person who's playing, and I'm connected with the chat, and everything's great. And really, like in the channel's history, if we go like the very beginning of the channel, the earlier Skyrim episodes, the earlier Overwatch episodes, I love doing those so much because that's really what those were about. I would play the game and I'd be smelling the roses, in Skyrim. I'd be talking about the cool things the game developers did, how Skyrim became to be so popular, taking a second to just like enjoy the view and the graphics, and talking about that sort of stuff. And then Overwatch, I'd turn my mic on and I'd be talking with people in the lobby. Helping the guy who doesn't feel as confident, is down, helping the people, the team's losing, helping, encouraging people to keep going, getting that from them, meeting new people who want to watch the streams or who would like to play later, sticking around with the group, trying to form new bonds, talking about what works and what doesn't, talking about how the meta has changed, why we love the game, that kind of stuff, the kind of more positive, happy stuff, rather than you end the game and it's like, oh, let's, just lay into the other guys on the opposite team. Like, haha, you suck. And that's great. That's still, I love a COD lobby. And that's still fun. Sometimes you need that. Sometimes you even deserve that. That's going to happen and that's natural. And this, again, it's a matter of wanting to add this kind of stuff in rather than taking the old stuff out. And that's what this rotation and having more days is going to let us do. Is let me lean into like what I really wanted the heart of the channel to be, and also have these days kind of like Fuzzy does, where it's just like it's kind of like a chill PG stream. We're playing something like Minecraft on a public server, and even if it's a sort of a competitive one, you're playing one where you have two big teams going up against each other, you could still like you have a lot to lean into. Like, hey, look at this cool build, or look at the way this team is forming around an objective, and just kind of team play. Art style, and doesn't have to, it's something where, as we go on, as the modern culture is developing, we're noticing, I think, how like shock value has been like the sole tactic of so much of like big media productions for so long that just doesn't really hit anymore, like it doesn't, if everything is a subversion of expectations, nothing's a subversion of expectations. It's just kind of boring. There's nothing new to do that's weird and shocking. And so, I'm all for the vulgar, crude, just really stupid, weird streams that we get into from time to time. But just doesn't, it doesn't sit as right if they're the only one. And you kind of get caught in like this malaise of being like, you're just being dragged down into this swamp of that kind of content. So that's what we're trying to avoid that. And so I really want to lean into this stuff. Some, to an extent, when we get that Wednesday back, that'll probably mean I'll make Mondays and Fridays solo games because it's easier to do that on there. But also I want to make Wednesdays more of a focus of when we do kind of stuff like that, stuff like Mario Party, or if we do go, into a public server, we do it with kind of this different mentality of, instead of it just being like, this, and a lot of the reason people do it is because it's cheap content. It's easy to do like the prank video, like, oh, it's just a prank, bro. Watch me throw the game and blow up the team, just a prank, bro. And that's the content because that's easy. It's easy to make. It's hard to kind of fight through the noise and like be positive and happy. But it's worth doing, and so have a few days where we really lean into that. So we're gonna try and make that more of a thing, especially as we get more time to do that. I don't have a solid plan for this yet, but we'll see. I'm going to try and get into that spirit today. Maybe this Friday, we'll still be playing with people. And always on Friday, I want it to still be one where I play with viewers at the very least. Or maybe just do that one where like I get a few friends and we go into that mindset. We'll see. This stream is, this week's gonna be a little bit off anyways because those changes to the types of games we'll play on Tuesday and Thursday to kind of accommodate these people I'm bringing in. Um, so we'll see how it goes, but I hope that gets the point across. As again, like just Space Marine Mister Rogers is the funny way that I like to rally around it. It's just like this belligerent positivity in this world of just cynicism and mud, and just like I want this to be a fun place to be. I want this to be somewhere where you go, and and this also gives us something different that makes us stand out, especially against other, there's so many people at this level of 100 some followers. And lastly, is something that I was talking with Jay about, the big one of the streamers I play with who has like 800 some followers, and he's kind of hitting a rut because he's noticed that he ended up playing a lot of games like Dale and Dawson where that's kind of the big thing. It's like you're rage baiting, and that's fun and all, but then he gets the kind of people who like, unlike, I'm so grateful for the people who come back here. Some of the times the recurring viewers will be people who are just like trying to get him banned for the lulz. And that's just not fun. That's not fun for anyone. It's a really toxic community, and it keeps him from growing. So he's kind of trying to get himself out of that rut. And so I'm looking ahead and wanting to avoid that as well. So that's the practical, that's the esoteric, and also personally, like for me, I'm a very sensitive guy. When it's just all chaos, like I lose motivation. I also really need things in my life, a long genetic legacy in my family of depression. That's something I don't want to get stuck in my life. And how I've managed to avoid it most of my life is being belligerently optimistic and fun. And when everyone else is focused on the negative, not even just like talking about the positive, like fuck you guys, I don't want to talk about this. It's important to lean into the negatives from time to time, but like I just don't want that to be like, I want that to not be even equal with the number one. Like number one is be positive. Number two is kind of have this crass, more crude, more fun talking, critiquing of games and so on and so forth. So that's my bit. That's my piece. I hope that came out. That came out well. We're looking at like 25. Yeah, we can probably just briefly. I don't know. I'll tease what I'm going to talk about. I'll tell you what. I'll come back to this big thing. Because I wanted to do this, I thought I'd do like a more chill kind of discussion segment. Sometimes with these big, like super thoughtful things. Which speaking of playing with people, I've been thinking for a while, if Big Ant, you're still here, we got to do another stream soon as well. Maybe tomorrow, if you're interested. I'll at least text you after this. To kind of see about setting something new up. But I was going to talk, other times I talk about just like my interests and interests of people in the channel. Always feel free to throw stuff out you want me to talk about, whether it's something really deep or it's something that's just like coy and funny. Kind of like this. Like I'm just talking about D&D today because I love D&D. I'm a big nerd. And so I'm going to talk about, this guy goes through like some of the things, cool things, and we're in 5th edition of D&D right now, and kind of like 5.5 even. But so he's talking about like edition, like it's technically edition 1 by naming conventions, but the first D&D was like D&D 0, so this is kind of like D&D 2. It's weird. I'll explain it when we get there. But I thought it'd be cool to like, I got a lot out of, and it ties into what we were just talking about actually in a kind of cool way. And so I do want to come back to that. I will again bring it to the end, and I'll explain all that there. But he talks about like it's just cool to look back and see like how the game has grown and changed. Some things that have changed for the better, some things we kind of forgotten. And so I want to lean into that, but we'll just the short and sweeter one is this, which I just watched as well. And just like to sum that up, like there's this debate in D&D, and this goes for like a lot of long form RPG games. This kind of plays on what we're talking about as well. Like, how do you get people like wanting to keep coming back to something? And you need positive reinforcement. And so that's like there's this debate between like what's the best way to do that when you're playing D&D? Like, do you give characters experience for beating every mob that they beat and they level up that way, or is it a milestone thing? Like you get to you've made it, you've beat the final boss, and now everyone levels up at the same time. And so they're kind of like doing like a fun kind of strongman back and forth debate, but I think the answer is really in the middle. So we'll just let them like play in the background here, but like the perks are the one side, that, and you know when we so before we talk about like the middle ground, like what does each bring to the table? The cool thing about XP is that it gives you, you know, it's not necessarily competitive against the other players, but it's competitive against the world. So like everything that you do as a player to put in extra effort comes back to help you and make you more powerful. It also gives you these cool moments like instead of just like leveling up and getting new powers when you beat the final boss, you'll have moments where you're leveling up kind of like, you know, you have the classic, it happens like every Spider-Man film. He's like under a pile of rubble, or he's got to lift something really big, and he gets the strength to do that. Like during the fight, he's pushed to the brink, and you know digs deeper and becomes even more powerful. And you see this in all sorts of media. So you can have that if you're working with experience points, because you kill like half the mobs in the fight, and oh, now you've leveled up. And also allows there to be a little diversity between players and playstyle, because you might level up a little bit quicker than someone else or a little bit slower. And it also, you know, allows you to have a reward if someone else, like, they get a kick out of just, like, derailing the story, burning down everything they touch. That's fun for them, and they, you know, they won't level up as much, but they don't need to, because that's what they're doing for fun. But you've lost that, you know, you wanted to spend that time really, like, getting into the story, growing your character, and so on and so forth. And so what you get instead is, because you've played the game in that way, you level up and become a little bit more powerful than them earlier, or you know, and you have more avenues, and that gives you more you can do in interacting with NPCs and with the world. And so it's more, you know, allows everyone to kind of come into their own in a special way. And then but then the flaw of that, of course, is, you know, when you have these big milestones, you will sometimes end up, or like you've climbed the summit, you've reached the final boss, you beat him, and you know something went wrong along the way, and you don't even have like enough XP to you know, to either fight the boss or to use the cool thing you got from beating the boss. And it's just, you know, it's annoying. It kind of undercuts this big build up you've been working towards. And so you know that, and also it kind of, everyone, again, you know, people can be so drastically different in an XP based system that it's hard to have them kind of like be playing on the same level, going through the same parts of the story, fighting the same types of monsters. You know, you want a little bit of that diversity, but you don't want it to be so drastic, like a couple people in the party just kill everything, and the other ones are just kind of like clawing their way through every dungeon and event. Because then it even gets worse. Like now those people check out even more. But then again, the flaw of that, of the milestone thing, is that, you know, well, you have these couple of guys who like ascended to the summit and beat this thing and now becoming like demigods. You have this one person who maybe hasn't even showed up in the past couple of weeks. He's canonically just been like running through taverns. Pops back in and is like, oh, hey guys, you know, I'm sorry I'm late. I came back, I made it, sticks his hand in the pot, and now he's a demigod too. That also just doesn't like hit right. So the way I think it should really be played, and I've only weirdly enough, I've only ever, because it's been a while since I've played, I've only had the opportunity to play milestone based, but like my perspective would be like have every milestone be like an automatic one level up, and have there be, but not like a loaded level. So, you know, maybe if there's someone, as long as you're pretty close, you'll still make it in the door just enough. But the person, it's only like one extra level, so the person who did get XP, you know, there is still a difference between a level 16 and a level 15. There's big milestone level ups that make like these massive difference in the player's story. So you all kind of hit those junctions at the same time. But you might just be like a little bit more powerful because you put a little bit more work in. You get a couple extra stat points. And then, you know, XP is never going to run away either that way, because you're never going to like get like 10 levels ahead of someone, 5 levels ahead of someone just by XP, without like these big milestone XP dumps. And so, and part of how you prevent that is that you have kind of like a max thing. So say this person gets to the final boss and they're already level like much higher level than the other person, they're not going to get nearly as much. So it's going to kind of like auto balance, kind of like when you play an RPG and there's segments of the game that are like XP locked, like you can't play this at above a certain level, and it kind of like scales you back down. And instead, you give them things that are more selective, like those rewards go to, leveling them up in such a way, or giving them a magical item that like has certain uses, but and some side quests, but not in like the main story. That's my piece on that. I love D&D. I don't know how people feel about that, because it's a weird thing that people are constantly at each other about. Is which system is better. I've seen a lot of DMs just throw it out because a lot of people don't like dealing with the math. And sometimes it can be hard and tedious to just like be stuck. You can end up accidentally over leveling your PCs. They end up level 20 after playing for just like a couple in-game weeks, and it's like, oops, they were meant they were meant to be like level 5, and now they could beat the final boss. As though he's just like a goblin. So you got to be careful. Some people don't like to do it. Other people really enjoy having the math. That's kind of stuff we'll talk about at the end. But it's all about finding ways that like encourage people to come back and feel like the time investments they made into things are worthwhile. And we're trying to make that same kind of content here. So without further ado, let's get into making some of that content. Jesus' Public Ministry. I have not heard of that game. If it's like, if it tries to do like justice to it, I would absolutely be happy to play it. Or even if it doesn't, and you just want me to like review it, that sounds like fun.
It's so bright out here.
Sorry, I just needed a second. After all that, talking can be hard when I talk for a long period of time. Destroys my throat, destroys my sinuses, but it's, as always, a pleasure, and we're definitely worth it.
Yes, Dobaki. How can I help you?
It's so good to see you again.
Aw. It's kind of, see? It's so great to have people like actually like you. Makes you want to be here. Alright, so we did also get partway through doing the murder mystery quest in Windhelm, but not all the way. So we are gonna, but there's like a period of time where you're just kind of like waiting for stuff to develop. So while we do that, we're gonna get back into the Civil War quest line. Just over there. Oops. So we'll fast travel here and kind of run down from there. It's not marked as cleared on our map, so let's see. There might be mobs here when we get in, pop in here. I don't know. Ah! A dragon. I can hear him at least.
Where'd you go?
Yep, there we go. Well, this is a fun way to start. Let's see. I don't know what shout I have equipped, so let's see what I do. Oh, of course. Of course, the one time I don't want it to be whirlwind sprint. It's whirlwind sprint. That's okay. We'll get a good one soon. Let's I really don't have a favorite. I want to like call a dragon just for the fun of it, but we probably won't even need it. This guy's such a low level. At this point, we can just wreck him.
What have you got?
Come on. See, he's already at half health. I don't want to use Stormcall because I don't want like my horse and allies to die. Mostly my horse. Serena will be fine, but Mine's bigger. Don't clip that. Ah, come on. There we go. Just bashing him with the mace. Oh! Okay. Apparently we beat him so bad that he is just like become one with the earth. We literally ground him to dust. Okay, well, I guess we're not getting any dragon bones from that one, but we still managed to suck his soul out of the ground. Good to see you, Josie. So we're actually going this way. Okay. I have to digest that as much as the ground digested him. I don't know how to... That's deep. There's some deep stuff there. Speaking of, why is there... What is going on here? The dead mammoth and a giant's fighting something. What is he fighting? What could kill a mammoth? I can hardly kill a mammoth. It's like he's just... There's like an elk there. Is this like a magic elk? Are those wolves? Did ice wolves kill the mammoth? There's some power scaling stuff there that's a little bit off if you ask me. Oh! Okay, there. Then. I guess there works. Spiders. Which everything that's a frost version is nastier. Which I suppose makes sense, but... There's another reason to not like the snow. Okay. I do love winter in its own way. Still not quite where we want to be. We want to go much farther south. Aw, they're so cute. Kind of feel bad. I'm just gonna run away and let them do their thing. Have I ever seen Skyrim in VR? I have seen it in VR. I actually really want to play it too. Someday when I make enough money from this to afford a VR, I will absolutely make VR content. I've never gotten to play VR Skyrim, but it looks like a lot of fun. For everyone who does not know, you basically, you know, it's everything you think it is, to an extent. Like, it's not the full game. You can't do everything in Skyrim VR you could in others, and some of the things are more buggy and complicated, like how do you check your inventory in VR and so on and so forth, but it's still a lot of fun. Like, you get to do the combat in VR, and it does some, you know, interesting things with power attacks and stuff that's really cool. And it does exactly what you want it to do, is it lets you feel like you are the Dragonborn yourself, more powerfully than playing it like this. When you lose some of the RPG, it does what VR intends to do, and it puts you in that world. We all look forward to the day, you know, when VR gaming systems are able to handle both you playing in VR and having like a full open world you can walk through and everything. It's not quite there yet, but we're getting there. Another mammoth. And another mammoth fighting a thing. What is... You know, some days just have a theme to the random encounters. Like there's that day where we got just constantly attacked by vampires. And today there's just mammoths. I have no idea why.
Who's there?
A dragon? Again? Or is it something else this time? No, just another wolf. But it does sound like there's a dragon. I don't know where he'd be. Hello. Goodbye. Oh, it's... Oof. Sorry, Sharana. She had already killed the wolf and raised it from the dead as a zombie companion. And I just beat him back into the ground. Where is this dragon? Is he running from me because of what I did to the last one? You'd think beating Alduin would do that, but apparently that was the guy. That one dragon, that little baby dragon, that was the one that I needed to cement my reputation as a dragon killer. So he's just like, I can't even see him. How did this happen? My bad. On another note, what's this? For what reason has Providence brought us here? Heck yeah, that's awesome. Your fiance was able to mod it. That's really cool. And kudos to him. That takes a lot of skill. Even just applying, honestly, even just apply. I don't know if he made the mods, but even applying them is something that requires a little bit of doing to figure out. You know, it's not the easiest thing in the world to mod a game. And we have all these fancy auto downloaders for us nowadays, but OG gamers know that's not always been the case. It's a little bit more involved, and I'm sure it's way more evolved to do something like that with VR, like a much newer technology. What is this? Sounds like one heck of a guy. Well, this is cool. Is this cool enough to warrant me getting off track from saving the world? If this was D&D, of course, absolutely. I don't know about right now. Let's see how quick this would be. No, this is a quick... Normally we don't stop for this kind of thing unless, like, it's really gonna make a difference in the world. This is just a very short detour. In the Civil War, like, there's a lot more time where nothing's going wrong than there is, like, downtime in the whole Dragon Crisis. I am really enjoying being able to do this to a cave bear and a troll after how strong those things are early game. Interesting. There's no cores here, so I can't even actually do this. We'll have to come back. That makes sense. Well, thank you. I'll remember that. A generous man in addition to a brilliant one. Heck yeah. And thank you for letting me know. And for being here, of course. It's always great to see people from the tavern in a special way. There's a bear. I do not want to just make a habit of killing everything in the Skyrim ecosystem, so I'm gonna just let him go. See, this is the kind of Skyrim I'm talking about. Like, we just had like 15 seconds. Just nothing. You're just pure bliss, getting absorbed into this wonderful, beautiful world with fantastic music. Okay, trolls are a little bit more of a nuisance, but they're fighting spiders? What is happening here? Okay, I have been sucked into this. Given the frost trolls, like everything else, frosty are a lot more difficult to deal with than their normal counterpart, I am absolutely going to summon a dragon to this fight because I can. Man, okay. This frost has wrecked those spiders. Thankfully, they did a lot of damage to him too, so we can kind of bring him down a little bit. Woo! Heck yeah! That's better than banana bread after work. Okay. What else is going on? There's another troll around. Ah! Well, let's let Dornavir cook. He doesn't get out of the soul cairn every day, you know? I'm interested to see how long this takes. And like what cool animations the game might have. Oh! Heck yeah, there we go. It is getting real now. I'm loving this. What makes summoning Dornavir more fun than Odiving, other than just being like an undead dragon with that extra coolness factor, is that he summons these bone men, so you really feel like you got like a full adventuring party with you. Hold on, my chat got stuck for a second. Yeah, Sentry, thank you for taking care of the bots. You've never summoned Dornavir? I can't believe you've never summoned Dornavir, Sentry. You definitely gotta try it. I mean, you just gotta play. I don't know if you've played the Dragonborn DLC either. If you haven't, I'd recommend that as well. Strongly. Okay. You just never brought him into the world. That's a lot of fun. Like, at first it seems like it takes away from you, right? Because you're not the one, you know, doing the killing and stuff. But, I don't know. It's cooler to do things with friends, you know? Oh. Okay. When, Galmar said there'd be difficulties, we weren't talking about Imperials. So I'm actually gonna, speaking of Dornavir, I'm gonna wait like an hour just so we can get him back in. But it looks like, as I, having played this game before, what was I thinking? I expected this, but we are going to get to fight our way through a company of Imperials. So let's rest up so we have Dornavir. But yeah, it's just more fun to do things with friends. Get to see more explosions. Get to have a few more seconds of processing time rather than killing time. I wonder how this is going to work. Me summoning him when he's already here. There we go. He's just fresh now. Alright, well. Who needs stealth? Stealth Archer is powerful and all, but you can also just summon a dragon. That didn't work right. Hello?
Don't interfere with Imperial Legion business. Now move along, unless you want 3 inches.
Well, apparently we don't get to fight them until we talk to Galmar. Oops. There goes my Leroy Jenkins moment. Thanks, Skyrim. Neener. Yeah, they just give no shits. There's a dragon flying around. I shot an arrow into one of their faces.
Hail, Ilfil. Hail, Galmar. Ah, I knew you'd join up. Great news.
Relof! You're a tree!
I'm glad I'll have you beside me in there. This place chills my blood. And I don't care who knows it.
Ralof, why are we talking about this? What happened to you?
These old ruins. My father always told me to stay away from them. Good advice, I'd say. But never mind all that. We've got a job to do, and nothing's going to stand in our way.
What's the situation?
Cold as the inside of an ice wraith. That
Oh.
and some Imperials are camped out.
Ralof, you're back! You're alive!
Around their fires.
I'm so glad that you were released from the tree spell.
Well,
Huh?
they're keeping themselves comfortable. Let's slip in and send them to their graves that way.
Slipping in
What's
isn't
the
really
Legion
what I had
doing
in
here?
mind, but
Damn Imperial spies! Well, should be fun for us at least. They don't seem to know we're here yet. Ready to spill some Imperial blood
I would cut
for
out-
Skyrim?
I wouldn't say they don't know that we're here as much as they don't know that you're here. My bad. I'm ready. Hold on. Let's say hold on. I need a minute just so I
Even
can
the
rest.
Imperials might eventually decide to patrol their perimeter. Get
Let's
yourself ready.
wait an hour again just so I can get Durnavir. Oh, it's like 3 in the morning.
You ready?
I'm ready to go.
That's what I like to hear.
3 a.m. is the best time for war. It's like we're crossing the Delaware, except with dragons.
Where'd you come from?
Die, British scum! Wrong empire. Wrong rebellion. Okay, I got a little bit excited there. But I just kind of, I'm a little bit quicker on my feet than Durnavir. Given that I'm more accustomed to using my feet, But here we go. Everyone else is here now. Oh! He just got laid out. Destroyed by Serana.
Done and done.
Man, no quarter. Okay, then. Alright, well.
That's the way
I don't know if Durnavir even had time to get involved.
They never knew what hit them. But do not make the mistake of underestimating the Legion. Plenty of them are Nords, same as us. We had the advantage of surprise this time, but things won't be so easy from here on out. Enough talk. Let's go kill some Imperials.
Alright, boys. For Skyrim.
Where'd you come from?
Whoop. In swing. There we go. Our friends are coming in. Serana just destroying people. These Imperials were not quite prepared for a Dragonborn and a Vampire Princess. And it shows. We had one of them back on their feet as a thrall before we
Stay
even...
and guard the entrance. We don't want any Imperial reinforcements taking us by surprise.
You could probably just leave them all, honestly. Might be better for the sake of the people who are guarding stuff, Okay, that door is barred. They're going. They ain't waiting. One perhaps flaw of the Stormcloaks is the tendency to be a little bit extra bloodthirsty. Not that it's really biting them right now. Man, they don't even need me. What are we doing, guys? I guess we'll have to check our corners later. But yeah, they can be a little bit laissez-faire with the
I
whole
don't like the look of this. Perfect spot for an ambush.
careful planning sort of
10 to 1,
thing.
they're just waiting for us on the other side.
But there isn't any other way through.
Oh, you sure about that? Then please, be my guest and go strolling on in there. We'll stay here and watch your back. Not so sure. Oh, then perhaps we should take a moment to look around a little, eh? You there, unblooded.
There we go.
See if you can find another way through. We'll charge in to help as soon as we hear fighting.
Alrighty, you got it. I love how he calls me unblooded, even though like I'm the one he's choosing to send, because he knows that I'm the most well-equipped one here. But this is, I was about to make a comment on how like it doesn't make sense. Like if you're a rebel insurgency, the way you win is by thinking things through more than your opponent. Like they waste time and make bad calls because they feel like they have more flexibility than they really have. Then you outsmart them, and that's how you make up for your lack of numbers and equipment. But sometimes I feel like the Stormcloaks just do that by like trying to shout louder, but not actually shouts, just like for Skyrim. So I'm glad to see, you know, a moment where the alternative happens. I don't know how long I'm gonna really be qualified as sneaky here, because I have heavy armor. And I haven't like upped my stealth skill at all.
What are they waiting for?
Maybe they're so scared.
Nope, I just like fire.
Who's there? I knew it was something.
That guy's dead. Alright, where's the rest of them? Come to Papa. Whoop. Ah, there's even more fire I could have used this whole time. Oh well. Whole time, as though this was a lengthy period. Alright, come to Papa. As elegant as a sword is, I love me a good mace fight.
Bound to be more up ahead. Who's there?
Wasn't the best planned ambush on their part, considering they didn't cover every entrance. Ah. So they're actually starting to catch up with it. Heck yeah! Perfect time to equip Unrelenting Force.
We are not leaving until we get what we came for. Now let's keep moving.
What is that, sentry? What do you mean by that? But yeah, so we've caught up to, like, where are the Imperials? Whoa! Sorry, friend. We've caught up to where the Imperials themselves, like, haven't been able to fully press on further. But you never know, because, like, the way people fight in the land of Skyrim is instead of, like, 5 people fighting 5 people, or taking things a little bit at a time, and does the Imperial soldier with all their famous discipline really try and go for the chest?
The Hall of Stories.
Centurion must not have been around.
Close now.
Oh, I've heard of this.
Let me go first, guys, so you don't trigger any traps.
Gorgeous. I'm glad your hair was real.
Glad we can't read these carvings. Who knows
Thank you,
what
Serana.
secrets
I'm glad you're here too.
One thing at a time.
I have no idea what killed these guys.
We are here for
I get them not being able to get through, but I don't see any
any of these
Draugr.
carvings show a crown.
Are these things trapped when you don't use it right?
Looks like
Don't worry. I know how these claws work, my friend. So we need to match up fox, butterfly, dragon.
some kind of claw from a statue. I wonder what it's used for.
But yeah, so instead of like 5, you know, taking their time, fighting 5 on 1, everyone just like runs past their buddy when they get into a fight and on to the next enemy. Strategy be damned, I guess. Yeah, how was everyone's day? Sorry, I usually ask that. We got so caught up in things, I kind of forgot to mention that. My day is going great.
Good job.
The one thing...
Keep your guard up. No telling what you'll find out here.
I've enjoyed the most is I've started to have more time to like get even more out of my morning prayer, and that's really like changed the quality of my day in a massive way. Very fun. Okay. Sounds like there's more going on there, Kate-Tarby.
I think we may be in for some trouble.
Good call, Serana. A little bit brighter than the rest of the bunch.
Come on, boys. Let's spread out and see what we've got.
That's a horrible idea.
Blooded, do what you do best. See if you can find some way to get that gate open.
Before you guys get yourself killed, I'm gonna try out these tunes. Alright. I wonder if anyone Galmar's gonna find his way falling through the floor, but
Some way to get that thing open. Keep looking, unblooded.
that looks dangerous. That might just be the way through. The pressure plate. I just don't know what that's gonna do to the people down there. Like flooded with fire and gas. Oh no. Here we go. That's a lever.
You see a lever everywhere.
As a matter of fact, I did see a lever. What do you know?
That's done it. All right, boys, let's get this. We've got more.
Who's there?
Steady now.
Come on, don't let them overwhelm you.
Save.
Let's try not to take any losses. That's my goal over here. Ah, Restless Dragger, alright.
My pa always warned me about these things.
I don't know. Yeah, it looked like he considered running for a second, as he should have.
Done and done.
Sorry about your face there, sir.
That's the last of them. Come on. Let's
Not
see
that I
what's
could have
down
made it
this
much
way.
worse after the centuries, no offense. I'm sorry you had a bad day, Kate-Tarby. I hope we're helping improve it. It does, though, happen sometimes. You know, life gives us a fight when we wake up. It's important that we keep going and believe that it does get better.
The crown must be around here somewhere.
Sometimes we gotta make our own
Spread
joy.
out and keep your eyes open.
Find a new way to see things. So there's the Jagged Crown, which means we're about to get jumped. Mace, actually.
Hey, I found the crown over here on this corpse. Is this the one we're looking for?
Ralof, please don't touch it. Thank you. Ralof! Oh, you bitch. Well, hopefully you're immortal. Thankfully we have Serana's Draugr to soak up some of the damage. Let's use this actually, now that I remember this being a thing. Just use whatever we can to keep our people from dying. Because again, that's the goal. I wish I had the healing spell, but I've looked for it a few times and I haven't found it. So Ralof being over there fighting that guy means that guy's probably not going to die. Just try and get this guy's attention. Get between him and the other storm folks in harm. Come on. Let's drink a stamina potion just so hopefully we can get our last hit be a big one.
What have you got?
It was in a way, you know.
Why don't you stay there?
Damn Dustman, why don't you stay there?
Nice. Good kill, brother. Woo! An ebony greatsword, you say? Wow. Okay. I'm liking that. And even as... Let's see, what is my glass mace do? Okay, it does do a little bit better than the hone
Get
stuff.
those intel with the crown as quick as you can. Tell Ulrich he owes me a drink. We'll stick around here for a while and see if we can find anything else useful.
You got it. Stay safe. Got a dragon wall to get to in just a second. That it did, Sentry. That it did. What have we here? Slow time. Yes. One of the best shouts in the game. I didn't actually know that that was down here. I don't play the Stormcloak side enough. And that's fairly fitting for today, don't y'all think? Hey, someone we were talking about trying to slow down and smell the roses more. Speaking of which, let's check out this sword. But also get that shout first. Unlock. Yeah, I got it. We have that one soul from that guy we dragged into the ground earlier. And still 10 more. We can unlock the rest of these, but I want to wait until we have more words for them. I'm going to favorite that. Let's look at this sword. 34. Ebony Greatsword. It is two-handed, so I probably won't use it a lot, but I do have a very lovely, wonderful, fantastic vampire princess who I think this has their name on it. Hey, Serana. I would like to trade
Anything
something
good?
to you. Oh, yes. I think you're going to like this one. Boop. There we go. Oh, it looks so good on her, too. That is perfect. She's hardly going to use it, but in the limited cases where she does, I think that she is going to really enjoy that. She uses it, honestly, more than I do. Like, when people get close, she whips that out. It would be nice if you could combine Chalice and Mirak. I got some stuff to catch up on in chat. I'll go and do that in a second. Let's just get our way out of here. Here's the barred wooden door. I have my concerns that there are going to be Imperials on the way out, given the fact he left guys behind. No, apparently we're all good so far.
I keep thinking I see something moving in the shadows.
Well, let's hope you're wrong about that, but stay on guard, friend.
Keep a sharp eye out.
Aye. Seems like there were bandits here before the Legion moved in. Sure, they didn't stand a chance for, you know, have no hatred for the Empire. So, I'm glad to see them haven't gotten the chance to whip some bandit ass. Doing what the Empire does actually do right. Keeping the land safe. Alright, I think that's it for Bodies you haven't really seen yet. I wonder what's down here. And you know, we never went back for that chest in there. The one the Imperial died trying to get into. But at this point, it might not even be worth our time. Let's just, well, in this kind of ruin, I'm not sure I want to leave that. We'll go back for it. This is a master lock, so. No! It's alright. Everything's okay. Everything is a-okay. Okay? Hear me out? No. Okay. Sometimes it will do that, even like expert or master locks. It's just like, it is where the lockpick starts. Yeah, I got really close to the time. Or not that time, but you know what I mean. The one you were talking about. Yes! We did it! Oh. Oh. Well, I mean, it's valuable. Alright, and we leveled up our skill. No complaints. Let's look at what K-Tarby had to say. Let's go back up a little bit. Ah. Oh, someone did exclamation point love. 35%, that's better than the AI normally gives us, so IQ looking good at 119. Based at 54%. You love to see it. Yeah, I'm using a glass mace, not an axe, but yeah. You're all good. But yeah, glass is just the best thing I had. Which fun game mechanic. They decided to make glass a type of weapon variety, but it kind of makes sense in some weird roundabout way, especially when you consider elven magic. So yeah, the bowling alley was over oiled, and so it took kind of like the competitive edge out of it because the curves weren't really working. You just threw it as hard as you got, and you got whatever you wanted. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, machine does it, they mop on it. I'm sorry about that, K-Tarby. I hope that you're at least with people who were fun to be around and that made it better. And it sounds like, you know, at least you had some camaraderie there. You got to all share the experience of it being messed up, but it is unfortunate you didn't get a chance to score a win, you know, get some nice shots, feel good about it. But who knows? You never know. Maybe you wouldn't have had a good day because you woke up on the wrong side of the bed, and some other way it was a grace. You know, you gotta look for the positives. But I am sorry that happens. It does still suck, you know. It wasn't. It's always hard to deal with things that, you know, have to make that adjustment in real time. It's not what you emotionally invested in, you know, were expecting or hoping for. And I'm glad that you still won. Heck yeah, there we go. Praise be Jesus. Excellent. See, this is the kind of stuff we missed when we were going through here. You know, warp speed. Oh, they raided this chest already. Got a level out of that. That's cool. Was this Jornabent? Is this his last dance? I don't know. I don't have time to read every book in the world. I gotta get this jagged crown back. As tempted as I am to wear it. was that chest we missed? These arenas don't usually have, at this level, enough for it to be worth our time to search them. You probably can wear it. I just don't, like... It's for old folk, you know? It's not really my place yet. After the game's technically over, you know, and it's... you know, it's time for Skyrim to move on after they've gotten their independence. You're Dragonborn Emperor. Alright, wait there, Serana. Look at that! First try! I didn't even mean to do that. I was just like, I'll just take it. The kind of armor I have, I should be fine. Sorry, this guy. But yeah, I hope you know. Still things to be thankful for in your bowling experience today, and especially the fact that you won. I usually get by those things too. And it's great to have you here. We're always grateful to have you. And so far, things are going pretty good for us. Things are working out a lot like we intended. So you get what you came for, you know? I try. Don't always succeed, but we try. Try to have every Skyrim stream be fun and interesting. Sometimes it's a little bit of a drag, but you find peace in whatever you do. You know, when you don't have fun stuff going on, you just enjoy the moment of downtime. Take a breather. It's something I love about Skyrim in particular, we were talking about earlier. Just those moments of 30 seconds that become at peace with the world. Yeah, it kind of still is. I don't know how I still have it. I don't know if it even is it, or I'm just like trying to shake off the after effects, but yeah, it's a little bit rough right now. Speaking of which, I'm kind of feverish at the moment, so I can still hear things with these down here, so I'm just gonna the practice is running until 10. Hey, no worries. You know? We love having you here, and, you know, it's always better when you can be, but at the same time, you know, it's not the end of the world. Don't feel like you have to be here, of course. It's when it's fun for you, it's great for us, you know, and it's always great to know that you're out there having fun, getting some good practice time in. And we make do. We got plenty of fun people here, so there's always the VODs as well, so always free to catch up and get on any fun references that come from that. I should just be fast traveling here. But yeah, nothing to worry about. It's the beauty of life, really. At the end of the day, there are no worries. It's just a matter of figuring out how to see it that way. You know, it's not lying if you told, you know, you told the truth based on what you know. You weren't being deceptive. And that's what matters. You know, even in the Bible when it talks about, you know, the commandment that we get no lying from. Thou shalt not bear false witness against your neighbor. The key in there is against your neighbor. Like, we even have biblical examples of people like Judith intentionally, deliberately misleading someone. And that's intentional, you know, intentionally misleading someone, but it's for the greater good, you know. And so there's obviously no moral, you know, nothing wrong. If you got it wrong, you got it wrong. As long as it's you know, you strive to be accurate in what you say. You know, if you think you're going to be back, say you're going to be back. If not, we figure something went wrong. We don't, you know, I'm not sitting here going, oh, okay, Darby ditched us. Maybe she doesn't like us anymore. You know, I got more faith in you in that, and you know, faith in the world. And we chilled, and it was great to see you at the end of the stream. Or great to have you there. And, not or. Words are hard. Do I have anything new come up about this quest here? No, still no. I'll have to look around and see if there's another murdered body. And you know, as Sentry said, you're gonna try to come back. There's another key there. We'll pursue the Blood on the Ice quest once we take care of the most important bit of business we got here. Which, I am gonna save here just so like I can come back after the campaign is over and like put the crown on the Dragonborn and roleplay as though that's what we've always been doing. Oh, Jor, I'm so sorry. What is it with teeth, guys? First Katarbi gets braces, now Jorb gets his wisdom teeth out. Oh! I'm sorry, brother. I know that's hard. I've been through that. I had my wisdom teeth taken out. It's no fun. At the end of the day, you know, embrace the suck. That's the beauty of it. That's something, you know, when I was going... I had my wisdom teeth right before Paris Island, and so that brings to mind that period of time in my life. And like, one of the things that got me so through that was just this, you know, the fact that I had perpetual like physical suffering, and even mental, really meant a lot to me because at like every moment of my day, I got to offer that as a prayer. So like I was a walking grace cash cow. You know, every second of every day, I'm offering up this suffering as a prayer. And that's making the world a better place. And pain also has a special flavor. Pain is about atonement. It's about penance. It's about getting yourself better and helping make up for the things that you do. So, you know, you lean in those times of these periods of extensive pain. Is like, you know, the things I've done wrong in my life, I am offering this up as like, this is going to help make up for those things. Help the people that I hurt. Bring more joy into their life, and God finds a way, sometimes directly, sometimes, you know, just the power of prayer indirectly, but he always accepts when we offer up our sufferings with love. But it is, you know, and it's also, you can always have fun with it, joking around about the whole wisdom teeth thing.
I'm diverting Gar and Hadring's men.
I hope the wilds claim you one of these days.
It will work if we can pull Haran's men from the south and find a bit of luck.
Of course.
I'm afraid my days as the steward of Riften has come
Heck
to
yeah,
an
man.
end.
Heck yeah.
Seeking
God
advice
bless
right
you.
now.
I am, you know, of course, still sorry that you have to deal with that suck. You know, for all the good that can be in that, obviously still sucks. Yeah. Yeah, I would tease people with my wisdom teeth because it was all gross and stuff. Like, I love to do that. Like, there was a day, my last day of junior year of high school, which was like my favorite year of high school. We were playing basketball with my government teacher right at the end of the day, or like halfway through the day, and in the gym, and I got hit square in the face with the basketball. I was so mad I had to leave school. Like, they kind of like forced me to do it just because I wouldn't stop bleeding. And they, you know, just liability stuff. I could have obviously actually stayed, but partly, you know, they said go home, so I'm like, alright, fine, I guess I have to. But I just like mess around with people having this like bloody rag hanging out of my nose. I hope the wilds claim you, yeah, Sentry. There's this random woman who's like a couple of people that do just really hate me, and I don't know why. Maybe because I mean I did give their city to the Empire, but. Oh, you were just numbed up. Is that because you're older, or what was that? I didn't even get gassed. I got an IV input out. I got gassed for like one of my baby teeth I had to have removed. It's hard. It's hard because it's such a sensitive part of your body. They're right up in there, and there's so much stuff. You know, they offer just a little bit and they'll nick you. But at the end of the day, that's why they study so much. Dentists really, you know, they're still my favorite doctors, actually. I feel like for whatever reason, a lot of them end up being like some of the nicest people. And they really care about getting the, you know, just being very nice and they're very gentle. They get the job done nice and quick. And, you know, there's a reason we say, you know, well, I guess sometimes people use the term pulling teeth in the, you know, the term pulling teeth is using the opposite thing. It's like, oh, it's this really difficult thing to get people to do. It was also, you know, some of this kind of like ripping off a band-aid. I guess I was going the opposite way. There really is no figures of speech that make dentistry seem fun, but I think they usually do a pretty good job.
You could tell them that I presently have larger concerns.
Maybe, Jor, maybe.
They don't seem to be very sympathetic to our cause, sir.
Yeah, that's understandable,
Let me
Katari.
know if you hear anything more substantial. Of course, my lord.
That is the wild... Jor, I am so sorry, man. That's wild. They didn't numb you? Like, rule number one, people. They just, like... What are you thinking? How is your business going to stay open like that? Talk about a fail. And this is a lesson, people. Whether you're a parent and you have a kid doing something like that, or you're going to the doctor, you know, make use of your right to speak up and make sure they're doing what they have to do. It's on them to be understanding. You're not being, you know, annoying or critical or anything. Like, you're just doing your job. You know, make sure that everything's happening. You have the right to know that they're doing all the things they should be doing. Wow. That's awful. I hope your mom bought you like a load of ice cream after that.
Oh, what is it?
We gotta, at the end of today's stream, maybe I'll talk to Serena about getting her vampirism cured so she can do that like off screen and we'll get her back next time. That'll probably be how we end our stream today. Heck yeah. I know when I got my wisdom teeth pulled, my parents brought me to buy a video game. And I got the Forest Unleashed, so it was definitely a W, but I also got gas, so mine was a lot easier. No, alright. I'm alright. Sign of stuff. I'm just gonna pause for a second so that when I do make this into a edited video, it's a more natural transition. Let's find a good. There we go. All right, here we go. It is time to pass off the Jagged Crown. Very, very powerfully strengthening the claim of Jarl Ulfric.
Losing the rift gives Tullius easy access to the south of Eastmarch. Talos preserve us. We must take it back.
Well, I have something that might help you out. This is the Jagged Crown. I believe you owe Galmar a drink.
Damn him. That old bear was right. Did you run into any trouble?
The Imperials were there ahead of us, somehow.
Damn it. What were they doing there? Imperial spies are everywhere. Never forget that. I trust you give them a thrashing. Now then, I'm glad you're here. I have a message I need delivered to the Jarl of Whiterun. Deliver this axe to Balgruuf the Greater.
Do I need to convey any verbal message, or is the axe just so symbolic that he'll get what it means?
Men who understand each other often have no need for words. There are but a few simple truths behind one warrior giving another his axe. Balgruuf will know my meaning.
Understood.
Keep your wits about you. The Jarl of Whiterun is known for his temper.
Aye. Though he is a good man. Let's hope that he sees reason. And basically, when the Dragonborn shows up at his door, no less, he gets a sense of where the tide is going. And has the wisdom to follow it without bloodshed. Yeah, a lot of people critique the Stormcloaks about how paranoid they can be, but we just saw not that long ago, where the Jagged Crown was hidden, that they have some reason for suspecting there being spies in their midst around every corner. let's see if we can't get our way down. This is not where we're looking. Oh, I wonder who this guy is. Hello. We're gonna see if there's any, any developments in the Blood and Ice quest. So let's. What was I missing when I was in chat? Sentry, give me a recap, or anyone. Oh no, school has failed you. If you just now figured out that Chicago is in Illinois. What a state, man. Oh, what are you running from? Hold up.
I have a lot of respect for Ambar's Friendar, but his views are a little extreme. Take care, friend.
I'll have to follow up on that another
This must
time,
be that
but
beautiful Skyrim weather I've always heard about.
what was he running from? So it didn't seem like he's running to anything, or he probably would have. I don't know, I guess he would have said something either way.
My own Hollyfrost farm outside the city.
I didn't touch it.
It's honest work, if a bit dull.
Did you look behind the forge? I think I saw it there.
Oh, yes. Now that you mention it, I think. Sorry.
Huh.
The cruel seas have been sailors for generations.
And no worries,
In
Guitar,
truth,
but
I
geography
regret
isn't
not
for
following
everyone.
your footsteps.
But yeah, Chicago is not a state. But I mean, it's understandable you would think
Ever
that
since that
because
Imperial Craven
it's
ran
raised
through
up
on
to
me.
being like New York, which is also a city, but New York is also a state, and so it's an understandable
No
mistake
matter
to
what
make.
else happens, the gods will always be grateful for everything you've done.
Well, thank you. Some wonderful people here. But yeah, what was Jorb saying? I missed when we were talking to Ulfric. What were people talking about there? Okay, so this guy just came over here.
Someone who appreciates nice things.
He was just running to the party. Yeah, a lot of young men are naturally drawn to that. I'm big into geography. My brother, he's one of those wonderful people who has Asperger's, and so he has his quirks that make him his own person. And one of the awesome things about him is that he is just so in love with geography. He went to the state geography bee. The dude knows, like, he can name like 500 different cities in Asia. He can do like every continent, and he just goes off. He knows so much about the cultures and the history. It's awesome. Oh no! I'm sorry,
There's
Jorb.
no glory in war. It's just something they tell soldiers so they'll risk their lives.
I'm sorry you feel that way, friend. That's not quite true. Dying to that guy. Never had a class about the. Yeah, they mostly just teach history in school nowadays. Geography's supposed to be like a 4th grade level subject or such, but sadly they don't integrate it as much as they should. And this really is important to know.
Let's get indoors.
Like,
Or
just
a
learn.
cave. Anyway,
One, about other
just
cultures,
this.
and 2, like, when you learning history, it's important to have that context. But going back to what Jorb said, I'm glad you clarified that that's what I missed. I appreciate that. Helps me out. And yeah, I had to leave the Marine Corps for medical issues. Obviously not something that far in the past. It's that I had the head injury right before I went in. They weren't sure how bad it'd be, so they let me go. And things went really, really poorly. And I ended up like a vegetable for 2 years. But that sucks. I know there's so many people like just want to give their life to their country. I have a great buddy who always wanted to be in the Air Force, but he has Crohn's, and so he could never do it. And it locks a lot of people out, though. I would check in now as time has gone on, especially with the recruitment shortages. They've gotten a lot better with waivers and like making sure that certain types of jobs you can still do. So you might be able to join. But even if not, if you went to training, you should still be considered a veteran technically by the law. I know I am, even though I didn't complete training. And that's because you still deserve credit for having signed your life away to your country. You're willing to give that. You did give part of it. It's obviously not the same level as any other type of veteran, someone who did their full 4 years of service, or even a year of service, but it's still something. And that's just like the cook at the military base has an invaluable service to the country. because they're a necessary gear in this big machine. It might not be the most important gear, but it still can't function without them. You still did your part, and that's something to be proud of, and thank you for doing it. So the best place for KHRB, I'd recommend to learn geography. What am I... I wonder if anyone else has a good recommendation. I honestly don't know. There might be some great geography YouTube channels out there. I can always ask my brother too. It is a shame they don't offer, but it kind of makes sense that they, you know... I don't fault the high school for teaching something they realistically should expect the middle school to have taught you. But it is a shame that you don't have that, and that's not your fault that you don't. You never got that. Dude's working on Apaches? I don't think you ever told me that, Sentry. That's awesome, dude. Heck yeah. I'm gonna work on repairing artillery. You know, I'm thinking, I've been talking about this for a while to some people. And really what I'm waiting for at this point to pull the trigger is, one, to see how kind of I rebound and health-wise going into spring and summer. And the other part is that, like, with my grandfather being so close to dying, I don't want to, like, you know, don't want to freak everyone else in my family out about a big change. So I've really been thinking about going back into the National Guard, specifically the Air National Guard, just to be able to, you know, tell myself I've done the full 4 years of service. Obviously, don't have a full 4 years of active duty to give my life anymore. I lost those 4 years. I'm not getting those back. But I can still give something, and I also can get some money out of that'll help me, help my family, help my future family, and so in addition to all the obvious things about serving your country, and one of the things I would consider doing in the Air National Guard would be like repairing aircraft. So nothing about blood on ice. I don't know. I don't see anything outside. Let's see if that guy in the prison has anything to say now. I know 331 machine gunner? Heck yeah, brother. Don't get your panties in a twist, guard. Sorry, I've been having a rough day. But, no, it has nothing to do with my sweet roll. No official business. Yeah, MLS code. I know what you're talking about.
Yes, Dobaki. How can I help you?
I'm alright, thank you, though. Very generous and kind of you.
Gotta keep my eyes open. Damn dragons could swoop down at any time.
This is important. He is underground, so it's not really where that voice line's intended for, but I appreciate his diligence.
Whatever you've heard I can do is probably true. Strength and steel are well and good, but
still nothing.
The true power in this
world. I mostly deal with petty thievery and drunken brewers.
It'll come with time, Sunshine. Like when you're in basic training, everyone. Basic training is the right term for the Army, right? Marine Corps recruit training. I think, yeah, basic is for Army. They have their own MOSs, I think. And everyone will kind of be talking about themselves and that, and you'll get to know them that way.
Go fiddling with any locks around here, we're going to have a real problem.
Okay. This is very nice. Alright. We're heading into Whiterun. Things are getting serious now. Oh, PP also had an operation on her mouth, I think, recently. On her teeth.
It's so bright out here.
It just occurred to me.
Nice.
Well, off we go. Unfortunately,
Trouble in Whiterun and I'll
last
turn you into the dragon
trek up to the You're All the Whiterun, or
Come to chat
up
with
to
me.
Dragon's Reach. I'm gonna make peacefully in a while, and it's kind of sad. I should visit my family first.
What's the matter? You can't stand the sight of a strong Nord woman?
You should try the venison. It's delicious.
Sounds to me like she's a little defensive.
Oh.
Just a hunch, but might not be very secure in her identity. You know, the fact that I had not even talked to her.
Let's play a game.
Okay, sure.
What do you want to play?
Let's play hide and seek.
You stand right there and count to 10. No peeking. Ready? Go!
She knocked me down the stairs. Okay. Alright.
Honor to you, my friend.
Appreciate that. And thank you to our lovely Lydia. I think I found you.
Papa!
Found you.
My turn. 10, 9, 8,
Oh.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Uh-oh. Let's hope she doesn't go around that way. Wait, did she find me? Apparently I'm it. I don't know how she found me. Maybe because I wasn't sneaking? But now I have to find her, and that's going to be hard. Loading would have been cool at Jorb. And still, you know, as people are waking up to it, the rates are starting to go down, but it still pays a good amount.
Sleazy little man. He has good stuff.
It is beautiful to live in a city where, like, you could feel safe having the child, like, run around like this and hide. Oh? Where was she? I guess she was up there and I just saw her out of the corner of my eye.
Divine smile on you, friend.
That big tree in the park looks so sad. I feel sorry for it.
Let's give her something too.
Wow,
What do we
thanks,
got?
Papa.
Oh, I can give her Rundy's dagger? Okay. Sure. She's of age and Lydia's around to make sure she uses it responsibly.
Thanks.
Maybe some other time I'll reveal your destiny.
I'm okay, witch.
What are you looking at? I'm not afraid of you. No, even if you are my elder.
Yeah. Undersea welding, if you do like an oil rig, you got big money. Big ol' bucks. Let's drop some of our stuff off here too. We don't need any more. Orphex War Axe. It's pretty cool, though it's not really like anything special. We'll eventually find a helmet that's suitable for raiding with the Stormcloaks. I guess the hide helmet is probably the best bet. Right, that's the obvious. He's never home and it's very dangerous, both of those things.
Do you need something?
Let's trade some things with her too.
I think it'll help.
I wonder if that's Lydia or if that's her daughter practicing. Elven Warhammer. Yeah, we can take that. I'll leave her with the Ebony Greatsword because that's more her style. Take this off her too. Well, no, we want her to be able to use something with the shield if she so desires. Alright, she should be good. Let's see, do we have any better helmet in here for what's coming up that looks more appropriate to the situation? Let's look at our weapons. Let's store this guy and favorite this guy. Part of the reason I'm stalling is because we're gonna take a break right after I talk to the Jarl. But I also do like genuinely want to see if there's anything valuable in here. Let's see if valuable isn't the word I'm looking for. Powerful weapon wise. Hold up. This looks a little bit more Stormcloakish. I think we could do this one maybe for our raid. Looks kind of very Nord, very dragon. Let's take this one. I'm bringing an Amulet of Talos too. That's appropriate. And normally, you know, you'd think the Stormcloak helmet would make sense, but the other leaders aren't going to be wearing that, so it doesn't really make sense for us to do that. I think we're good on that part. Like I go, I'll sell the other bow another time. Yeah, I think we're good. Put Talos on for what we're about to do. This on and favorite it just for right now. We'll leave the steel helmet plate on actually for right now. We represent ourselves to a degree.
Long life.
That is our daughter. Just watch her cook. Heck yeah. Well done, Lucia. She's picking it up fast. It's important. They're capable of learning at a young age, and it's never, you know, always a good thing to know.
Defense is a good defense. Am I right?
I work with my mother.
It's an interesting turn of phrase.
It's fun most days.
The best defense is one that is good. I think means offense, but that's not what he said. But in that line of thought, yes, you know, it's best way for my daughter to be defended is for her to know to defend herself, more or less. It's at least a good way.
What is it?
Lydia's probably still the best for her right now, though. Alright. It's one of the hardest things we've ever done. Fighting Alduin was physically difficult, but this is a different type of battle. One between our conscience and our heart. But, alas, in the end, if we want both to be happy, this is something we're simply going to have to work through.
May the gods watch over your battles, friend.
Jarl Ulfric has asked me to deliver this axe to you.
Did he now? Huh. The man is persistent, I'll give him that. I suppose it's time I give him an answer. Proventus, what do you make of all this? If Ulfric were to attack Whiterun?
As in all things, Lord, caution. I urge us to wait and see.
Pray wait.
I'm of a mind with Irileth. It's time to act.
You
Oh.
plan to march on Windhelm?
I'm not a fool, Proventus. I mean, it's time to challenge Ulfric to face me as a man, or march his storm cloaks up to the gates.
He'll do no such thing.
Not where
A
we're hoping
dagger in
this
the
would
back
go.
is all you could expect.
He was rather straightforward with Torrig.
Torrig? He simply walked up to the boy and murdered him.
That boy was High King of Skyrim.
I'm not the High King, but neither am I a boy. If Ulfric wants to challenge my rule in the old way, let him. Though I suspect he'll prefer to send his storm cloaks to do it for him.
True, he's already proven his personal strength. Now he seeks to prove his armies.
Then might I urge you to consider General Tullius's request? I mean, if you are bent on offending Jarl Ulfric.
I wish I could
Ulfric
chime in
is
here.
the one who has offended. But Proventus has a point. Ulfric has made it clear. In his mind, to refuse his claim is to side with the Empire.
And what harm is there in letting a few legionnaires die in place of your own men?
It seems cowardly.
Was it cowardly then to accept the white gold concordat?
This again. That was different. Was I given a chance to object to the terms of the treaty? No. The Jarls weren't asked. We were told. And we had to like it.
The chests of gold didn't hurt.
Damn it! This isn't about gold.
It's time to decide.
Lord, wait. Let us see if Ulfric is serious.
Oh, he's serious. But so am I.
Finally.
So about this axe. You can return this axe to our friend, the esteemed Jarl of Windhelm.
Father says I'm too young to train with the sword, so I practice with my fists.
Proventus, bring me my pen and the good parchment.
Are we writing a
Yes.
If that is to be the
General
way of
Tullius.
things.
I need to make a few things
So be
clear
it.
before I accept these legionnaires of yours.
Well, let's try and, I suppose we ought to try to make it back as quick as we can. The longer we wait, the more Imperials will be here when we return. Again, I wish the Jarl would have taken our counsel as well, but he did not. That is not what I would have recommended to him. Yes, on the one hand, it does make sense if Ulfric is to be what he claims to be. It makes sense that he ought to have to prove his strength, as he did with Torrig, but there's no need for this kind of bloodshed. I don't have a one-on-one duel. I don't know. I suppose he the Jarl might accept that from Ulfric if Ulfric presented it, but Ulfric probably won't. He's not going to settle less for anything less than the city, and if he faces him down, it'll be, after the battle, not before. He's not, but the reason for that is he's not going to risk Skyrim losing because he loses. And there's more to a cause than just its leader. So as much as I respect the Jarl of Whiterun, this is what he's chosen, and I think he is going to deserve what comes of it. Not in a malicious sort of way, but they are the natural consequences of him being unwilling to see reason. Yes, the Empire has proven themselves. Yes, they've done good in the past, but
You're like
times have changed.
Don't fancy those clunky two-handed.
The world is falling apart. I mean, even evidenced by the kid butting into our talking. He doesn't even have time to be a father with this mess going on. It needs to end. And if someone's going to come on top,
I suppose we shouldn't be surprised.
it should be the Stormcloaks.
They've never had many problems with the Empire.
Those milk drinkers might as well be elves. Think they're better than us.
Regardless, it appears Skyrim must stand alone. Again.
Speak with Ulfric. He's
The
expecting
Empire
word from
thinks it
Whiterun.
holds Valkyrie from us. But the souls of Skyrim's bravest are buried there, and will fill our hearts and strengthen our blades.
A good man who knows how to appreciate the power of, well, in this case, literal symbolism. That kind of stuff does have power, spiritually speaking. Unfortunately, I bring grim news. The Jarl of the Whiterun returns your axe.
Then I was wrong about him. You're right, Galmar.
Again.
I'm in no mood to joke.
Give the word, my lord, and Whiterun is yours.
Whiterun is only a means to an end.
I've toured our camps. We're ready, Ulfric. Whenever you are.
Is any man ever ready to give the order that will mean the deaths of many?
No, but neither is every man able to give that order when he must. But you are that man, Ulfric.
Some great dialogue.
You've been that man before, and you'll be him again. And these men and women, they call themselves Stormcloaks because they believe in you. They are the meanest, toughest sons of bitches Skyrim has to offer. And they want this. They want this as much as you do. Perhaps they want it more.
You're certain we're ready? Whiterun's army will no doubt be bolstered with legionnaires. And those walls around Whiterun are old, but they still stand.
We are ready. And I might be old myself, but I'll kick those damn walls down with my bare feet. If you would only ask me to do it.
I'm sure you could do it too. All right. This is it.
Yes!
Send the word. A new day is dawning, and the sun rises over Whiterun.
Aye, and the sons of Skyrim will greet that dawn, teeth and swords flashing.
So it begins. Make haste to our camp in Whiterun. I want you on the front lines. I have a feeling about you. Your place is on that battlefield. I need you there.
Aye.
Fight well or die well. Talos be with you.
And you as well. Well, ladies and gentlemen, all I have to say is amen.
The Imperials have already dug into Whiterun. We're wrested from them soon enough. We must. Its central position is key.
Say what you will about Galmar, for all of his brashness and sometimes over-eagerness to get involved in combat. He's one of the best friends a man can ask for. That kind of loyalty to Ulfric is really, really something truly admirable.
We must.
We're taking the city. Meet the brothers gathering for the attack. Fight well or die well. Talos be with you.
Alright, we meet Galmar there.
Ebony armor by Ismail. It's a wondrous sight.
Well, we are now on Stormcloak business. We have come many times to the gates of Whiterun as friends. And though, as we did the first time, this time we come once again, bearing with us the winds of fate. And as unpleasant as it will be at first for Whiterun as a city, I think in the end it'll be as great a good as that which we have first accomplished.
That's all you need, Dragonborn. Just say the word.
Uh-oh.
You're that one from the college. Heard about you.
What happened here? Another killing?
Indeed. I thought you captured the Butcher. You said the city was safe now. How could this have happened?
The killer must still be out there.
Obviously. You should visit the Bloodworks to talk to Woundfirth. We need to figure out where the evidence went wrong.
Well, I did say it wasn't a sure bet.
Anywhere, just none of this.
Well, we have time while the camp amasses. So let's go down and speak to our man. I missed something in chat about Stormcall, but it.
We got a
I
nickname
did
for
see
anyone who
it's
trifles with
Sentry
us
mentions it here.
Suicide.
Wait, you didn't know what could happen, Sentry?
Disrespect the law and you disrespect me.
So we will be taking a break after I talk to this guy, but let's get through this and then we'll do the muse. Oh, yeah, it actually that's an integral part of this quest line. I guess it teaches a valuable lesson to young people who do this cave that it's important to really be diligent about evidence, because this guy, not only was this guy wrongly convicted, but it also let a murderer get away. So it's bad for everyone how rushed the trial was. Hey, can I speak to you? Are you gonna come to the door? The one time I need to speak to him, he's not close enough for me to do it. Well, am I getting in trouble for doing this? No one's here right now, so let's just, non-canon, what we're doing right now.
Don't even think about it. Whatever you've heard I can do is probably true.
Well, I've heard you're a pretty insightful man, so let's hope you can help us catch a killer. He's struck again.
Oh, isn't that a shame? And here I am in the Bloodworks. Looks like you aren't such a sharp investigator after all.
Yeah, I'll have that coming. And we're sorry, but, please, we do need you to help us find the real killer.
What made you think I was to blame in the first place? I've actually been after the killer myself.
It's the journal and amulet that were found where the butcher worked.
My what now? I've never kept a journal, I can assure you. What exactly did this amulet look like?
8-sided jade, ringed with ebony, a worn carving. I wonder who told us that it was his. I don't think anyone canonically in the game, but the game just said it was his. Who identified? Oh, the steward identified it. So we might have reason to suspect that guy is not quite above board.
I know it well, or at least I've heard of it. I would wager that carving once depicted a skull. That is the necromancer's amulet of legend. It appears you were at least half right. There is necromancy at the heart of this.
So Calixto was wrong. Was it an honest mistake? What do you think?
Yeah. Calixto and his books are often confused about such matters. It happens to the best of us.
So what can we do now?
I've been noting a pattern to when the killings happen. Now that we know they're tied into some sort of necromantic ritual, I think I know when the next might occur. Let's see. From a Lordus of Last Seed until a Midas of Hearthfire, it will happen soon. Very soon. Keep watch in the Stone Quarter tomorrow night. That's almost certainly where the killer will strike next.
Understood. Oh, we best be off then. Calixto. I don't think that's the name of the steward.
The place is cursed.
So, is there someone else we were supposed to meet the quest and actually force us to talk to? Anything I missed in chat, by the way, I'm going to go back to when I do the memes, so I'll scroll back up. Oh, if it's the beginning of the following year, beginning of the pattern. Yeah, rip.
Whatever you need, Dragonborn, just say the word.
I'm waiting for, some story writers obviously love to subvert expectations at times, and that's not always a bad thing. Sometimes it's a lot of fun, and I think it'd be funny to see one where something like that happens. It's like, well, we actually just missed the day of this special thing, so you're going to have to come back next year, and let's hope everything works out then, you know? Which quarter are we supposed to be in? The stone quarter. Is this the stone quarter or is the other one the stone quarter? Oh. Forgot that the glass axe isn't equipped. Where'd it go? Okay, well, regardless. Well, we found our murderer, and it is, in fact, Calixo. But it wasn't the steward.
That'll teach you.
Heck yeah. So they never made us meet this guy, which kind of undercuts the whole story quiz a little bit, but this guy is canonically the guy who told the steward, I guess in this case, that the amulet belonged to Winford. But in reality, he knew very well what it was and was trying to cover his own tracks by blaming someone else. And we got to use a slow time shout.
This must be that beautiful Skyrim weather I've always heard about.
Best of both worlds. I was worried there for a second we weren't going to get him. Because it's been a while since I played this through, so I didn't know. I didn't know if we'd have time to get the shout off before we fireballed him, so I'm glad that we did. Alright, well, I think that's a good place to call it a halfway point, so I'm going to look at some memes, go through the chat, go to the bathroom, and then we'll be back to wrap up this quest and head off to Whiterun. Let's see what I missed. Sorry about that, guys. Sometimes the chat gets stuck, especially on Skyrim. Like, it'll do a weird thing where even if I'm in the other window, like, the scroll wheel will still work as in the chat. Gotcha, Sentry. About the pattern of the seasons. I see where you're getting at. Yeah, it was a much faster way to just break them out than like go back and come back in. Okay, you're just saying attack the dirty red Imperials. So I did see everything. I didn't miss anything. Look at me go. Look at me go. Why do I still have Rango the Lizard up? That's from our fantastic stream on what's I thinking? On Red Dead Online. It was an alright stream. I wasn't expecting tarot cards to be a part of the game, but they were. Which I know some people like, but being as religious as I am, they make me uncomfortable, so we'll see if I return to the game or not. I kind of posted a thing about it on my Instagram if you want to check out what my religion says about that. I understand not everyone feels that way, and so I didn't want to make a point of it then. Oh. So this was a whole thing today, where, and I actually posted a meme of my own because I very rarely do it in here because you don't get the authentic reaction if I've seen it before. But I just really like that one, so we'll get to that. But one of our people renamed it to the Jeff Hate Group because Instagram in its wisdom, doesn't have a function to, like, you can't stop people in the chat from changing the picture of the name. And so, like, people just, like, he changed it to Jeff Hate Group and put the awful image of Jeff, like, being strangled by plastic in the ocean as the picture. In the name of positivity, I went and I named it the Jeff Respect Group, and then they did it again, and so I named it the Jeff Adoration Group and put the 2 hearts there. And then they changed it to that and back to the picture, and I said, okay, last compromise. We keep the picture and the hearts, and we put, you know, that we left it at the last name they resorted to, which is the I support Jeff's war crimes. Yeah, it was Jeff. Or not Jeff, Gibbon. We already seen that one, so I think this is the most recent one.
36 counter naked waggle at 7 X quarter on 1. Ready fucking break. Left right double X jet. 36 counter naked waggle at 7 X
What
quarter.
is he saying? That is, in fact, though, what it sounds like. Even as someone who does like a good cup of Starbucks from time to time. I appreciate, you know, you're trying to make your own culture. You give things special names. But they should also, like, be obvious to people and interiorly make sense. Like, grande means big. Tall means big. Venti means 20. I'm sure we've all seen that meme, at least some of us. The Paul Rudd. It just, like, it doesn't make sense, but it is what it is. POV Salem Witch Trials.
Not necessary. There shall be no knifing one another. Everybody knows who's in charge.
We've seen that one before. Oh.
This is so stupid.
This isn't what they meant to send, but... Obvious Photoshop, most likely. Or not Photoshop, AI. Animals be goofing. Cows especially do the goofiest shit, guys. I have a cow. I've had 3 cows now in my life. They just do, like, they're just so goofy. They're always trying to do stuff like this. So they just get, like, this one weird idea in their head, and they're like, I'm a cow. I'm a big tough guy. I can do whatever I want, so let's just try it. You know, want to try jumping the fence? Let's do that. And then they get themselves caught, and it's just, guys, please. But they're just so innocent and pure, too. And so they look so, like, genuinely confused. They're just awesome. I love cows. This is valuable. Gib was telling me he was there the other night with someone. Got reported for it.
For promiscuous, my style is ridiculous.
Uh-oh. This is spicy. Oh! Woo! Okay. Someone's throwing out some spicy stuff. Who is this? Alrighty. Seriously, they don't have more money than them. I actually don't. Sad. Depends on the person, I guess, but I don't have a lot of money. But there are absolutely major streamers that do, but, you know, still, they wouldn't have money if everyone thought that way. It's that sort of thing.
Ow! Oh!
What?
You just fed.
Your mom's a whore.
A large black coffee.
A what?
Large black.
This is it.
Do you mean a venti?
Speak of the devil.
He means a venti. Yeah, the biggest one you got.
Venti is large.
No, Venti is 20.
Danny.
Yeah. Large is large. In fact, tall is large, and grande is Spanish for large. Venti's the only one that doesn't mean large. It's also the only one that's Italian. Congratulations, you're stupid in 3 languages. Large black coffee.
There it is.
Large black coffee.
Something I was realizing the other day, though, that I thought was kind of cool was that, what was I thinking? Was how much money in the modern age streamers can raise for charity. Like, you look at groups like Critical Role, or you have people, like Markiplier or whatever, who just raised, like, 9, 10, 11 million dollars for charity when something like the LA fires goes wrong. And it's so cool that that's come with streaming. It's one of the beautiful things of just like this industry is just built and still is like really centralized around like real people. People have like come from nothing and found their way into there, and so they're really passionate and connected about communities they're raised in and the people around them. And it's just such a beautiful thing to see those fundraisers happen. It is a powerful thing. All right, let's look at a couple more up until that one, which I hate. Come on, guys. He is Groot. It ain't funny. It's not funny because you got to change 2 letters to make it that, and it's a stupid thing. It has nothing to do with Groot. It's not an effect that doesn't follow the rules of comedy. It's just not... Sorry. I know you want me to laugh at it. It's just not funny. It's just kind of gross and dumb. Cry about it. I love you, but no, I'm sorry. It's just not. Let's see if this is fun. Haven't we all been there? What a one to end it on, guys. Yeah. Yeah. I love how much an emoji looks like Jeff. Alright, we'll come back after the break to review a few more of these. I just looked at the slider. Maybe not. What were you guys doing? Jeez. Alright, we'll go a few more. Alright, I see you. Heck. Where did we even... Hold on, where did I stop? Okay. Wait a second. Oh, I have seen a few of these. I must have missed a few of the ones up there. I reacted to these ones earlier. Yeah, we've seen all these guys. Okay. This helps. Yeah, we saw the 9/11 stuff. Crazy 9/11 cheerleaders. Yeah, we went all the way up to that. What is this? Very profound. Much deep. Well done, Gibbon. I'm not even clicking on that one. The Jeff disrespect. Oh, yeah. We've seen that one. What in the 9 hells did we just watch? Now this is my kind of thing. Alright, Father, drop that bass. He's making us wait? Okay. Or maybe, was that it? Oh no, that wasn't it. Oh, okay, Brazil. Cook. When people ask me what kind of music I want in church, when I say a mix of traditional Gregorian and more modern music and instruments, that's what I want. That's what I want. I cannot. I want to. Can I save this? I can. I'm bookmarking that. This is my religion, people. Literally. What the fuck? We go from that to this? What? What is their feeds? Do you guys need an intervention? Like, where are you getting this stuff? Oh yeah, I'm gonna look up like the full video after the stream is over. Look at these last. These will be our last two. Oh no! Oh my god, the doggo. We're just gonna move on. I'm so sorry, Benny. Rip a real one. We've all been there. Guys, when you see a buddy go there, be there for him, okay? If you're his friend, don't be the first one to make fun of him. He needs you. He needs you. Benny needs you. Benny needs us. Alright. We'll end on that one. Actually, this time. We'll take a break. I'll be back in like 5 or so minutes. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Leave you guys with some Alex Johnson music. And we'll see you soon. I can't wait to... He's making more stuff for us. So I can't wait to get even diversify this stuff. But I'll be back soon. Peace. Alright, we are back. Sorry about the, a little bit longer than 5 minutes there. Hope you guys took the opportunity, get a snack, grab a bite to eat, go to the bathroom yourself, dig in and get cozy for another couple fun hours of Skyrim. We're gonna go basically until after the Siege of Whiterun is over and we get like a nice wind down stopping point. But speaking of winding back up, let's get back into the meme review. I hope everyone's having a good night. I see there's 8 people here right now. That's wild. I saw the old man Nut made a return after he came in and followed a while ago. I think he maybe even subbed. So thank you so much for being back. I'm great. Happy to see you. Hope you enjoyed if you're here. And that goes for everyone. So we're gonna keep going through our memes. I do want to say, as we're in the spirit of winding up as well, I got all more in depth at the end of the stream. Which if you can't see that long, no worries. It's always in a VOD. I'm gonna be talking about how much we've managed to raise through the HelloFresh sponsorship, and more details maybe on when the HelloFresh stream is supposed to be. I'm planning on doing one next week. I haven't picked the exact day yet, but there will be one next week where I do the cooking stream. And that's our Q&A. So stay tuned for that. I'm really excited about that. Chance to just direct connectly with you guys. And then there's one other thing that I thought was worth mentioning. Oof. Oh, this wasn't it. I'll hopefully think of the other thing eventually. But we got eventually at some point I'll have to talk about the end of February because I got a trip coming up. I'll be out of town in Texas, so plan for a while stuff with my aunt and uncle who live down in Texas, so I'll be down there. But there'll also be fun stuff, fun new stuff with that, and also a divergence from our normal stream schedule. So talk about all that stuff then. Without further ado, Rocket Raccoon,
bruh. Look at my nigga Sly Cooper, bruh.
You can't say that. I guess he can. I don't know. Am I allowed to do that? If it's not me, let's be safe and just move on. I mean, he's allowed to say that, but I don't know if I'm allowed to platform. Heck yeah. There we go. Now that's the Jeff love that we need. Almost a whole team kill. Yeah, to clarify, it's because there's, black guy saying that, so, he's allowed to say that by anyone's standards, at least most people's standards, but, I don't know if I'm allowed to play that by Twitch's rules, so we're moving on. No, look at the I had this whole argument today. Jeff players are great, I love them. 2 of our dearest friends of the channel, Kay Tarby and Close Sandals, are Jeff players. Jeff players make the world go round, and they're adorable. Both their characters and their hearts of their players. Yeah, and more power to them. If we had Jeffs back in the 1200s, we'd have Jerusalem. What the? Oh no! We go from that to that. Yes, thank you. True. In exchange for what? I don't understand. Oh, money. Oh, is this a... Wait, this was a headline? Really? Okay. I'm bewildered in every manner of expression by that. Both what the memer was getting at, and if it was a news article, what the news writer was getting at. Maybe that's the part of the joke, is that Subway sucks. I like Subway. I like Subway. I used to work in a Walmart, so Subway was my savior every lunchtime. Heck yeah, Dor. What are we doing here? We're looking for that one. Definitely not this
We are
one.
heading back to school and facing the world's hardest amazing digital circus and Poppy Playtime quizzes.
But first, we'll study by facing the amazing digital circus in real life and watching exclusive Lake the Garden of Pan Pan Poppy Playtime Chapter 7 videos.
If we get all of these questions right, we'll unlock a super amazing digital circus art video at the end. Let's go! Hey, we are heading back to school and facing the world's hardest amazing digital circus.
Guys, Gen A needs a savior. they need Jesus. Wow. Okay. Yeah. We'll be alright, but it will mean there's definitely some challenges. And yeah, grown men making that. Neat. I do also like their pizza. Well, actually, I haven't tried their pizza subs. I like their pizza adjacent subs, but do they have pizza subs? I want to try that now. What? Were they like testing it out with the rocket model, or what? Someone had to make that. I don't think that's like a glitch can do that. I think that had to be like a test model for something, but why that? It's like if Alvin from the Chipmunks became Scarlet Witch.
What happens to a child who isn't loved properly? The answer one might expect. What happens to a child who isn't
Can I get an
loved
F in chat for our poor Iron Fist players for their childhoods? A moment of silence, I think, is warranted. They suck. All right. What do we got here? Oh no, it's Jorb! Oh no! I'm sorry. I kid. We love you, Jorb, and I love everyone. And they bring their own things to the table. And contrary to popular belief, they don't all actually suck. So a lot of them giving people bad names, but how are you ever going to get better if you don't play with people? Just if you're not good, please keep it in quick play. That's all we ask. You're a little late to account for your crimes in some of these memes we've watched. Only like 2 hours and 45 minutes behind the beginning of the stream, but you know. No, I kid. It really doesn't matter. You pop in whenever. See you, brother. You had the spicy one about female pastors and glue as lipstick. Among other things. That was a really controversial one. I mean, I'm Catholic. We don't have female pastors. I don't need to go into detail right now about what I think on that. That's a touchy subject. Probably a discussion topic for another day, but... oh, that was... You did. That was spicy. There's some spicy stuff in here that touches on some infamous nerves. That got some reaction. Gold. But so that there's no confusion, I agree with the church when I say my opinion is obvious. But meme time isn't the time to talk about that. It's a sensitive subject, so something to come back to with a lengthier period of time.
Books. You came in the books.
Books. You came in the books.
Oh, it just clicked for me. I'm sorry for everyone that I was late on that, but no, just no. Libraries are like the most wholesome, cherished institutions. I love a good library. If you don't know where your local library is, go check them out. Support them. They're important. Libraries go hard. POV K-Tarby on our way to bowling this morning. Why is it always the goon? I don't like it. Hey. That's actually awesome. I love how happy he is. That's wonderful. Where did... Oh! He was the leader of the polygamous Mormon fundamentalist group. It's just like barely cut off the bottom. Like, how do you even find this guy? But, okay. What a title, man. What a title. No offense, there are some great Mormons. It's not for that reason. But just like the combination of polygamous Mormon fundamentalist sounds wild. You know, some have a mature discussion, but some things are just very out there. And that's out there.
Spiders out.
Good hunting. Thunderstrike.
Heck yeah. Dude, 8-Ball knows what's up. That's awesome. 8-Ball just looked at you and was like, bruh. Brother, ew. Brother, what is that? No. They just didn't just say no. They brud you. Sometimes I wonder... Sometimes I wonder if Stream Elements knows what it's doing. If secretly there's an AI there and it's not all random. That's awesome. I love that it's also because we had that one stream where I just, for whatever reason, started saying bruh all the time.
Bogeys incoming!
This is the hack we all needed.
Judge! Jury! Executioner!
Yes! Bring on the Jeff.
It's now or never.
He's just so much adorableness. He's like the best parts of a kitten and a dog mixed into one entity. No! What have you done?
That's where I usually sit. Right there.
Well done. Well done. Alright, this is going to be our last one. We'll save the rest for tomorrow's stream.
Here's a question I'd ask you. If a kid had like a make-a-wish where they're like, this is all I ever wanted, you're my favorite comedian, I need you to come in my room like my final moments and just hit me with like some hard Asian accents. Would you honor the kid's wish?
Yes, I would probably do that unprompted. He could just be like, "I'd like to meet you," and I'd be like, "Yeah, sure." Oh, you're you're so sick. I can't believe how sick you are now. Oh, you have too much of cancer. You have so much of cancer. Don't clip that and with me.
Here's a question I'd ask you: if a kid had like a...
I love Shane Gillis. One of the best things to happen in the last, like, half decade. Shane Gillis. Alright. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. I feel like I have the food, the spiritual nourishment after all that I need to take back Whiterun. Well, take. You know what I mean. Check Discord, okay. What have you done? There you are. What have you done?
Nothing. I just want to apologize formally for...
Hold on one second. I got move you to, for whatever reason you weren't on my... Oh, okay. Yeah, alright, we're good.
We're good?
Yep.
Okay. Just wanted to apologize formally for the glue joke.
Do you need...
Very uncool. I definitely shouldn't say that about women. I didn't even know I did say that about women, to be honest.
I don't think you need to apologize for that. I thought it was funny. I wouldn't apologize for that. I don't apologize for platforming it.
All right. Well, there we go. There we go. Well,
jokes are jokes.
Okay.
Memes are memes. Funny is funny.
Okay. Well, anyway, my main reason for being here is I just want to let everyone know I am going to end my life now that Myles Garrett has requested a trade from Cleveland. So it's over.
So anyone mad about the joke? You're getting, I guess you could take solace in the fact that it's the end for him.
Yeah, it's over, everybody.
That is really sad, actually. We're losing our attack helmet. I saw you mention it in a group chat.
Nah, dude, it's rough. Like that's bad. Like he bought a part of the basketball team.
What?
That's how yeah, he owns a part of the Cavaliers. Like that's how ingrained in the city this guy is, and they've pushed him to wanting to leave, considering all of that.
Man, just when you think Cleveland can't get any worse at his job.
Yeah, we always find a way.
We are a factory of sadness. Though on the flip side, I will say, I do. This is one of the things I like about Cleveland versus the Minnesota Vikings. No offense to anyone up there, but we proudly embrace how much we suck. We have the song about Cleveland. We love Cleveland the way that it is. We wish we could win, but we really get a kick out of the fact that we lose constantly. And it makes it very fun to live in Cleveland. Just no matter what happens, we're having a good time.
I'm not having fun anymore.
But that is.
I'm not having fun anymore. It's no longer fun. At least I have the Cavs.
Fair. With where I live now, I could just as much be loyal to another team as I am to Cleveland. So,
don't you dare! I will come burn your house down.
Okay. Hey, you know what? I appreciate the fact that I elicit even more rage than Myles Garrett leaving the Cleveland brand. That I'm even more important than that. I'll appreciate that because that's exactly what you meant to convey, and I take that to heart.
Okay, I'd say the same thing to Myles Garrett if he went there. It's not about leaving; it's about where you go.
I suppose that's fair. I would never go there. I would never go there. They will not be named.
Alright. They don't, we don't name them. Anyway, enjoy your Sky.
Thank you. Thanks for popping in.
Crimes that I was told I committed. Whoa!
Whoa!
You know what? Yeah, I'm leaving.
Wow!
Whoa!
Oh, Sentry, apologize.
You know what? I'm out.
We love Gibbon. Look, I didn't mean to cut him off. I thought he was done. We love Gibbon. Boop! As he goes to keep talking. I didn't mean to. Sometimes you can't predict those things. He meant, he was going anyways. Alright. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Oh, are we just going now? Okay then. Alright.
This is it, men. They say that our cause is
Well, for Skyrim!
nothing more than thieves, thugs, and murderers. We are craftsmen. We are sons and daughters of shopkeepers, maidservants, and soldiers. We are the sons and daughters of Skyrim. And we have come this far because our cause is true. Because we fight as one. And because our hearts are bursting with... I'll water the ground with your blood.
Man cut himself off like he was given. But we got the message. This is why you have subtitles with Skyrim. Onward. Alright. Let's pull this out and get Durnavir involved as well. I swear, it's definitely I've favorited this before. Where is it? Should be favorited. Maybe I haven't. Maybe I meant to do it and I didn't. Let's bring along as many friends as we can. Now this is the sad part. This is the part you don't want to do, but at the same time, this is for every guard, whoever insulted me, saying that I was just looking for recovery of sweet rolls. It's for every time we've been harassed about people complaining about arrows in their knees. This is for justice, okay? I love that Glue is just vibing there. Durnavir? Alright, we gotta get a bigger opening. Let's get the bow out. Alright, there we go, he's down. I wish she had pulled back and just let the Imperials take care of it, but I get that why they wouldn't let that happen. Oh, Imperial General. Alright, this is up our alley. Face me! Come on. Goat him out, goat him out. Oh, he's not even gonna... There we go. Serrano was having none of that. Alright. Well, Durnavir isn't coming just yet, so I guess we do this the old-fashioned way. Get that guy down so he can't do any more damage. Fortunately, Skyrim has no actual submitting mechanics, so we have to kill that guy. Alright, Serrano's got that one, and that Nor's got that guy. Let's take care of these fools up here. Come on. Come on. There we go, they got him. He was our first hit there. Alright. We have to go the roundabout way to get up there. Get that door open. Sorry, man. Meant to try summon Durnavir again because he would help a lot with these archers, but I don't think it's gonna happen. Maybe I can summon. You know what? I know who I can call. Because I don't think I need to use the ground to call him because he doesn't come from the ground. Yeah, he comes from the sky. All right. Now it's real. Yeah, the general tried a tactical retreat, didn't really work out for him earlier. Appreciate him fighting on the front lines, at least. That's not what I wanted. Don't want to lose the momentum here. How do I get up this? Regardless of how, Udaving is now very clearly giving them. Oh man, he's giving us cover as a distraction. Whiffed it on that guy. Sometimes it's not worth it to use the heavy strikes. Oof! Look at them go down. Durnavir, or not Durnavir, Odaving's ripping it up more than I thought he would. I guess a dragon can do that, can't they? Alright, come on. Though you wield swords and shields, crescent with the symbol of the dragon, none of them are on your side this time, my friend. Not Dragonborn, not literal dragon. Akatosh has forsaken the Empire, I'm afraid, for it has forsaken him. Alright. The gateway is taken. The gatehouse door is down. We make our way into the city. You know, okay, Tarby? I'm gonna pay for your next sub because you did the HelloFresh thing. So I'm gonna cover a few of your subs in Thanksgiving for that. That gave us 170. I can afford to spend a little bit on that on paying you back for that first box. Don't wanna... What? Sentry took care of it. Well, thank you, brother. New sub goal of 10. Heck yeah. Yeah, I mean, I can Venmo back my friends, but I can't Venmo you because of, you know, security issues being online. You don't, not best for giving that kind of stuff out anywhere, but I can pay back by at least giving you subs to the channel. This time Sentry took care of it, so thank you for that. I don't know if Prime subs were new. That's the thing. Though I didn't even know that you were using Prime earlier. But you saved that Prime sub, and you can use it again next time, I guess. Rip Sentry buying that before finding out she can get one for free, but I don't know if she can. Alright. We got Unrelenting Force equipped, right? Yep. Alright. We are leaving the area where it is any longer useful to have Odaving. And entering Dragon's Reach. It's been a long time coming. As mournful as a day this is.
Who's there?
We are doing this for a just cause. And we will not be turned back. I love that Whiterun is falling to that music. The rip song. Sorry, Earlith. Your dedication to your liege is admirable.
That's enough. I surrender. I surrender. Peace! Everyone stand down. That's an order. Stand down! Algrove! Fignar Greymane. Your family was noticeably absent from the walls. Now I know why. Wouldn't the dagger in the back have sufficed?
You think this is personal? The Empire has no place in Skyrim. Not anymore. And you have no place in Whiterun anymore.
Wouldn't my position to hold now. Mark my words, old man. In the days to come, Ulfric will spread his rebellion thin. And what then? We need the Empire as much as it needs us. We Lords are the Empire. Our blood built it. Our blood sustains it. You, of all people, should know that.
Why? Why would you do such a thing?
Whoever I damn well
I'm going to find whoever did this.
You wish to see an empire without Talos? Without its soul? We should be fighting those witch elves. Not bit
We showed
beneath
those
them.
Imperials what real
The
lords are
Emperor's
made
nothing more than a puppet of the Thalmor. Skyrim needs a High King who will fight for her. And Whiterun needs a Jarl who will do the same.
Tell me, Fignar, was all this worth it? How many of those corpses lining our streets wear the faces of men who once called you friend? What about their families?
That's rich coming from the man who could have done this without bloodshed.
There is a burning city out there that needs a government.
He's right. Galmar, come. Let us restore order.
This isn't over. You hear me, you old fool? This isn't over. And you, a Stormcloak. I thought better of you. You'll all come to regret this day.
I'm sorry you see it that way.
I killed more than you.
But I'm not sorry about what I did. This is a great day for Skyrim. And the celebration starts now. Beginning with attending to the people of Whiterun. Vignar, are you all good here? Galmar?
Get over to Windhelm. Tell Ulfric of our victory here.
So I shall. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Whiterun has fallen. Many of these guards who, for so long, guarded our homes, protected our streets, slain. It's the ugliness of civil war, especially. But, alas, at times it is necessary. This didn't have to be, they were right about that, but it as much could have been them who stood down and not us. Our cause was just, we fought for what we needed to fight for. We stood up for what we believed in, and that will cause me no shedding of tears. Alright, well, as we walk through the burning marketplaces and streets, say we should let's see if we can check in on our home that may be barricaded. See if everyone's okay. I got some chat messages to read. My child, Lucia. Where is my child? Perhaps they fled this... Yeah, I think they may have fled in advance. Or Lydia didn't. I guess the civilians took shelter. Somewhere more secure, Lydia probably brought her there. It's for the best. I'll have to check back in on her later. Right now we gotta run back to Windhelm, I'm sorry. And then we'll be back.
Hands to yourself, sneak thief.
Sneak thief? After what I just did for you?
I have a lot of respect for the rest.
Have the mind to make that man pay for his tongue. Thank you. If it was a canon event, I would in fact kill him. But since it's not, we'll save the time and make our way to Windhelm. Maybe not kill him, but at least rough him up. You know what I mean. Skyrim! Going from one of its highs to one of its lows. But all of it is beautiful. Alright, come on. You moody game. Good thing we quick saved right then. Yeah. You know, I don't talk about the Bible verses I put up in the top right of the streams as often as I probably should. I mean, the idea is that I let them kind of just speak for themselves, but I think it'd be better if I work them in. And I'm just thinking right now, like, it's cool how, I always randomly pick it, so, like, just works out that it kind of both speaks to what we've talked about today in terms of positivity, about giving Thanksgiving even when times are tough, and how that brings peace, and also what the true nature of peace is, so there can be peace and joy even when things are hard, relates to what we're doing in Skyrim here, in a special way with the war. We're fighting for a just cause, and yes, people are going to die, sometimes even people who shouldn't have, in a sense died, who weren't really bad people, people fighting for the wrong cause, but not horribly bad at heart. But we can't let that steal our peace from us. Everything happens for a reason. Everything is good. Everything is good for a reason. And it's an important thing. We often think of that, we say everything happens for a reason. It's like everything's going to bring about a good end. But it's important we realize, like, who is bringing that about. For what reason is that? Why does everything happen for a reason? It's because a good God is directing everything. And so everything is, in its own way, a joy. While some are more joys of sheer pleasure, some are joys of endearment. Sometimes there's just such a thing as a joy of service, a joy of having worked through something, a joy of the challenge, joy of suffering. And yeah, so now Whiterun rebuilds. Irlith usually dies. Well, thankfully, that didn't have to happen this time. So yeah, Sentry took care of it. Sentry was right on it. And God bless him for it, Even if you could have resubbed, God sees that, I see that, you see that. And we all appreciate Sentry in this extra special way for that. Not only is it good now, but going back to what we were just talking about, it also brings about a good result at the end of the day. So, oh, it was Gibby? No, it was you. You gifted the sub. Oh, it was Gibby? I really thought it said Sentry. No, it was Gibby. I must have read your chat message, like, right, because I was so caught up in the battle, I just, like, read what was nearest to the sub thing. And the one that was still, like, in my chat feed by the time, because everything was blowing up, was that. Gibby became outraged. Well, everything I was just saying applies to him. And you know what? Well, I'm sorry. And, I always want to put a foot forward of empathy. At the end of the day, it is also our own jobs to take care of our own houses. It's not that big a deal. Sorry he feels that way. I'm sure he's over it. He's fine. He's more than fine. He's happy to have done it. And God bless him for it. He's got the right attitude. Couldn't breathe. That's really, yeah. Oh! No, I'm so sorry. I was just trying to click back over into the game. My bad. I wonder if these people still hate me. I bet they do. I regret less and less having given what I never regretted giving Riften up.
Wilds claim you one of these
Yep,
days.
I absolutely have no regrets. I did it for peace, and now I would do it again just to spite them. Going into the upstairs. What's up here? Is this...
For a dragon to attack Kynesgrove.
Is Ulfric,
Why
Ulfric's
there? Is no
asleep
place safe?
because it's night. You know, as much as I appreciate your care, you know, I appreciate your care for the people of Kynesgrove, good sir, but you should know that happened a long time ago. It's been like a year. Well, while we wait for Ulfric to return, we can talk to Yorlif. What time of day is it? Yeah, it's 11:27. We'll let the man... That's where the steward sleeps? Man. Come on, Ulfric. You can do better than that. I guess we wait here. Who's this guy?
I own Hollyfrost Farm outside the city. It's honest work, if a bit dull.
Is that who? That's who he is. Heck yeah, K-Tarby, that's awesome. We'll have to talk all about it. Let's go since we're here. We'll talk to Ulfric first, and then we're gonna talk about Lord of the Rings. Peak fantasy back to back.
I don't like talking to someone who holds their honor so cheaply.
Whatever you say, scum. You are far from my level. Ulfric, I bring good news.
We've driven the Imperials out of Whiterun. This is good. Very good. We now control the center. It's a powerful position. One I aim to keep. We'll call you Ice Veins now. For the thick blood of our land has seeped into your heart. Here, take this. It's an Imperial officer's sword. A fitting weapon to use against our enemy.
Dang, we really are. Have the ability to be cold-blooded, don't we? When we need to be. Using their own weapon against them. But to be fair, Ulfric was an Imperial officer once. What's our next move, boss?
I suspect you'll be of greater use to us with greater freedom. So you're free to engage the Imperials as you see fit. But I also want you to find our hidden camp before Greeth. Galmar will have special tasks for you, and will need you when we liberate the capital.
Understood.
For Skyrim.
For Skyrim.
Folks are finding victory across the land.
Hail to the true High King. Alright. Well, now that's taken care of. Blood on Ice. We have good news there as well. Thank the Lord.
I'm not much of a strategist, but Lord Ulfric listens to my counsel all the same.
Talos has given us 2 victories this day, my friend Yorlif. Calixto Corium was the real killer.
I'm glad you were able to correct your mistake. I'll release Wunferth immediately. You've done the city a mighty service, friend. I believe you'll find the guards to be a bit more cordial with you in the future.
And they've already been pretty darn pleasant. So,
Travel safe.
I'm looking forward to that. Well, thank you. What a lovely city. You know, outside of these people,
Dog, something on your mind?
these losers, everyone's pretty great. It would be nice if they let their steward sleep somewhere better. Hopefully they figure that out. We'd have a talk with with the good king if I was able to. But It is what it is. What else was I thinking? I don't know. Things are great. Oh yeah, it's that it wasn't really me who made the mistake. I was trying to tell him. I wasn't so sure. Putting the guy in prison, but I guess we have to let that one go. Alright. Now let's talk about you watching Lord of the Rings. Your grandma's watching with you? That's so cool. That's awesome. Lord of the Rings is best experience with other people. It's such a wholesome thing. Like, my family always does it together. This is a wholesome family tradition for a wholesome movie. That's awesome. How'd you like it so far?
How can I help a brother Nord?
So he wants us to use the Imperial's officer's sword, and I will agree to do that. Oh wow. It's not a normal Imperial sword. It's one an Imperial officer must have gotten from the war, because it's an elven sword of the blaze. Or maybe it's someone who's not so on the up and up when it came to the Falmore. You think she likes it? That's great. How do you like it? This is a little bit of a downgrade from what we already have, but it also attacks faster, and obviously has the 31 extra bonus points of fire, so I'm not complaining there. Look at that. Let's see what it looks like in first person.
Spare a coin.
It's so
Beautiful.
I don't know how you stand it.
It's so good to. Oh, thank you. Divines bless your kind heart.
Alright. I think we have time for one more mission. Since we began with a Galmore mission, let's end with a Galmore mission.
Disrespect the law and you disrespect.
So how did you like it, Kate Harvey? A Pokemon named Cherubi escaped. I deeply appreciate that. And as much as I like and appreciate in its own way the way we depict Cherubim now, the original Cherubim design goes so hard and more accurately represents like what they are. That's awesome. So you watched 75% of it with her so far. I'm glad you're liking it. Fellowship just hits so deeply emotionally. It's such a, yeah, I love it. It's so cozy and so much fun, such a great story. All the characters play off each other so well. Fantastic, like just absolute S tier writing. I guess we don't have anything that officially says to talk to Golmar, but he'll give us quests when we get there. Wherever he is.
Your lead.
Oh yeah, I wonder, I can't spoil it, so I'm not gonna say I wonder if she's to such and such part yet, but you can let us know if you are. Spoiler warning for anyone watching this on YouTube, you know, if this ends up in the VOD for Fellowship of the Ring. If you haven't seen it, Ashley 10 would recommend. Alright, let's just wait here for a while so Galmor can come back. You forgot what the Shire was? I guess your brain's just not wired to like really hard memorize geographical locations, which is it's fine. People are different ways. It's just interesting. That's cool. It's unique. Always.
It's so...
At least most of the time.
Oh, thank you. Divines bless your kind heart. The divine smile.
Oh, you didn't just mean like you forgot now. I couldn't remember.
Yes, Dovaki. How can I help you?
Nothing at this time.
The
but
gods
thank
gave
you.
you 2 hands, and you used them both for your weapon. I can respect that.
Jarl, are you okay?
Your leave. I want you to send a messenger to our
I'm just
western
gonna
camps.
leave that there.
Sir? I'm diverting guard Ackland's men to join you.
Okay.
Sir?
Let's try fast traveling somewhere else and then fast traveling back. No, let's just go to Falkreath. We'll just go there.
You hear the news? There's a dragon roosting up on Mount Anthor.
Golem. You probably call Golem right now. Wait. Like, did he just jump them? What are they doing with the creepy guy? Falkreath is still controlled by the Empire, so we have to be careful. We have the hold of Whiterun, but we don't have Falkreath, so... So I need to help him liberate it, but I don't know... Is there a camp for us to go to around here? I guess we'll just have to find out. Let's try and cross by river, so we don't have to go all the way around. A little farther up this way, so we don't get caught up in the heavy rushing of the water down there. Didn't even mean to avoid that camp, I'm glad we did. Don't want to disturb someone. Start a fight we don't have to get into. Okay, Galadriel. I think. They're in the woods, elf lady. Oh, that's a spider. I'm gonna let my people take care of that, cause my people, as in, I'm gonna let Serana take care of. Oh, she's wielding the greatsword. Look at that. Come on. You just gonna stand there, Serana? Hello? Please? Do something. I don't wanna have to waste my enchantment on this guy. I can use the warhammer on him, I guess. She won't use the greatsword.
Who's there?
Oh, now she's fighting him. You got it. Okay, we're going the wrong way. So no. This is the way we want to go. So they're probably talking about Galadriel. Equip this. Put this one back on. Riding south, trying to come about in like a roundabout way, so you don't walk directly into the city, but also stay kind of clear of hostiles. A troll. How fun. Am I one-handing a warhammer right now? So I can one-hand a warhammer on horseback, but I can't use a fireball? And who's yelling fall back? I don't see anyone else here. But it could be bad if they're not, if they're Imperials. Or even if they're Stormcloaks. They could also be, apparently, bandits. So, let's kill all our birds with one giant dragon-sized stump. How about that? Now. As Dragonborn of Akatosh, Thane of Whiterun, and Ice Fanes of the Stormcloaks, I come to bring an end to you, bandits. Alrighty. There's another bandit out there. I guess that's Durnavir's prey for right now. Wherever this poor soul is.
Start running so I can stab you in the back.
I appreciate him having a sense of humor, despite the situation. Though his soul was literally just sucked out of his body. But yeah, I think you're where Galadriel is. So you got through the really heavy stuff that happened in Moria. We'll say it like that, in case you're not. But Galadriel's, you know, that's one of my favorite parts, especially the scene with Gimli, but just all of it's great. I guess that goes for Lord of the Rings. All of it is great. You can put that in quotation marks. In the unironic way. Is that our dragon? I think that's our dragon. Truly. There's a beehive up there. That's cool. I will get to a gnome shout out. I need someone to play some music for him. Actually, I'll do it. I got it. Someone shouts out gnome. I take care of it. Let's do this. Say what you will about Igor. He's got me. By how much I keep getting turned around right now. Who's shooting at what?
Come back here.
You? What? What is he chasing? I don't know, but he's got a dog. That's cool. Let's see it, man. A man's best friend. Thank you for the channel points. Which reminds me, embarrassingly, that I forgot to add the point redemptions, guys. I'm so sorry about that. Okay, how is this possible? I go up this way, I'm heading the wrong way. And then I go... See, how am I turning the wrong way again? What, is this? Okay. Alright, we got it. Sorry about that. I should really just use the north, south, east, west on the top. It's too stubborn. not go by memory. I surrender. Yeah, let's go the old-fashioned way. I'm so sorry about that, guys. I really meant to add them on Saturday, and I just got too busy. I'll add them tonight before I get off, so I don't forget, or after I get off. Is that really Helgen? Let's fast travel all the way down to Bone Chill Pass.
Another cave.
I don't
Spent enough
overdo it
time
on getting
underground
close,
myself,
but I
if you wanna go
also
in, I'm right behind you.
not liking how long the trek is there. Yep. Igor. Igor with the gnome explosion. One of the best stories I have in my life, honestly. We've definitely talked about it in a Skyrim episode, but essentially I had... Oh, wait. Okay, no, these are storm clips. Very good. Where were we? A friend of mine was dating a girl. She was driving us somewhere. In the back of her car, she had a plush gnome. I said I love it. We had a Secret Santa party where we each got a randomized person assigned. She got me and she got me a gnome. I loved it, but then she broke up with him in a very bad way. Downright unethical way. And so we were really mad about it. And so my 21st birthday party, we brought the gnome out back and we put him in front of a firing squad. Lit him on fire and shot him with like a load of AR-15s. Okay, so there's a troll here before we're allowed to go to the actual battle with Olgrid. I will bite and use the sword just once, at least one enchantment on him. Just for time's sake. Oh, you know what? These guys aren't even Imperials. So let's just wipe the floor with them. These are just your run-of-the-mill bandits. Oh, and they're like level 1 bandits. Oh, you poor sods. Whoop! Do I get a free point? Back up, back up, back up. There we go. See if they had any loot about them. Yeah. He paid for the sins of his mother. And I recorded it and posted it on social media so she could see. And then I got new gnomes. Igor. Borgly's in the back. We haven't named the third one. The old one was named Raffled. Something along those lines. Raffled. It was like a Eastern European name. I forget the language. Suggested by a friend. As their language's version of Raphael. Well, Eastern European sounds just very gnomish, so it's a good fit for a really Chad gnome he was. He's sad they had to bite the dust for being an enemy spy. And gnomes also run in my family. My Irish grandmother was really big on collecting them. Glue is just gone. Sometimes he charges the enemy, sometimes he just runs away. You can never really predict it. Yeah, no, he didn't get crushed. Oh well. We're close enough to the action, we should be good on foot.
Where'd you come from?
Another one of the Dark Brotherhood assassins. It's been a while. I haven't seen y'all before since before the whole Alduin thing, you know? I did not even really need to hit him once. And I don't need to read the note. I know some weirdo out there is sending these poor fools against me. And they're stupid and evil enough to take it up, so little pity for them. You don't enter the Dark Brotherhood through desperation. You're at the Thieves Guild. So do I just charge Folkreath alone? So not like a camp I rally to, like with Whiterun? It's been a while since I played this questline, so I don't remember. Well, hello! I have come...
Did you see a dog out there?
One with a man. What sort of dog?
I don't know really.
I'm here
For a dog he saw on the road.
to take your city for the Stormcloaks.
Guess I'll stay on the lookout. Keep your nose clean while you're here, outsider.
Okay, he's got other priorities. I guess I respect that. Okay. Okay. Okay, there we go. Now it's marked. I guess I just didn't see it earlier. That explains things. This makes a little bit more sense. The bandits keep re-inhabiting Helgen. So sad. We already did one where we cleared it out, and let's say in spirit it is. Where's Glue? Did Glue die? Glue can't have died. But he's not here at the fast travel point. Did Glue die? I'm really mad about that. There's no way Glue died. I didn't see a body anywhere. It wasn't like he's buried under the rocks. You look there. What could have killed him? It was 2 bandits. Maybe he just like spawns inside Helgen? Or around the other side of it? I don't know. Alright. Use the actual compass. This is east, northeast, so we're going that way. Let's hope he shows back up. If not, we're buying a new horse, and he will be as though Glue never actually died. That's some bullshit. Especially since we didn't actually have to go down that way. This is just so wonderful. The snow falling, flowers, the serene, peaceful music, tall trees and mountains that embrace you. It's amazing that a place so literally cold can feel so warm. Sometimes that's the power of winter. It's those things that surround us and bind us, and sometimes are the things that make a home for us. As rough and coarse as they may be at times. What a wonderful thing indeed. All right.
We'll show those faithless dogs who this land belongs
There
to.
you are. I guess you want us to do this first.
Is exceeded only by my hatred
well, I'm
for
reporting
the
in.
witch elf puppet masters.
I wish you did not feel that way about the Empire, but I do understand it.
You're going to Fort Newgrad.
Fort
They have some
Newgrad?
of our boys locked up there. But with a little luck, we can turn that to our advantage.
All right.
I've sent some men to scout out the area. Meet them. See if you can't find a way to slip in, free our men, and take over the fort. They'll never suspect an attack from the inside. This won't be easy, but that's why I'm sending you. You got the grit to get this done?
Nothing I can't handle.
Good. Don't die out there.
I'm no fan of the sun.
Alright, so a stealth mission, he says. We will have to get a little bit different equipment, and then we'll return to the camp. Let's go to Whiterun and adorn our leather gear. These guys again.
You have news of our quarry.
Are they allowed further in now? No, I don't think so. Oh, Lucia is back. Let's say hi. Now that everything's cleaned up here. Hello, hello.
Give me an allowance.
I think you earned it after what you just had to go through. How's about 100 gold?
You're the best.
How about?
Thanks.
You're very welcome.
That's so...
100 gold. Buy something to get your mind off the siege. In a sensible world, everything named leather would be next to each other. Alas, they're just going to be all over the place. Leather boots of sneaking, a leather helmet, leather bracers. You just need a leather chest piece. Which I'm not sure if we actually have. No. Well, this counts as light armor. Okay, sweet. Well, let's throw this stuff on. There we go. Alrighty. Don't look the best we've ever looked, but, you know, it's gonna work. And we're wearing the Stormcloak colors, you know. Do we have, like, the... Do we have the Dawnguard light helmet? Those were a little bit cooler. Yeah, it's alright. We'll survive. Well, you know what? No, it's okay.
I am your sword and your
Alrighty. Let's be off. I'm glad we got to keep Lydia in this city kerfuffle, but I guess she is so technically loyal to Whiterun. And Whiterun legally has a new government, even if the Jarl may not be fully in acceptance of that. Yeah, the game robbed us of blue. That is sad. as off we go. In a much more sneaky fashion this time. Hopefully Serrano doesn't make too much noise. Too bad we couldn't swipe that assassin's armor. Look at those biceps. Driving more mad goated. Respect the grind, man. Respect the grind. Okay, this is a good place to be. This high up, though. I don't know that, again, we'll have to see about Serrano. Meet the men near it. Oh, they're already attacking it? I thought this was a stealth mission. Okay. Are they distracting them? No, they're just fighting them. Kill that guy. I wish I could just get in there and, you know, help the brothers out, but they haven't given me the opportunity. Alright, well, this is as stealthy as we're gonna get. I guess, well, yep, so much for stealth. Skyrim was Skyrim, ladies and gentlemen. What can I say? Someday. Sadly, NPCs didn't quite get the memo. Let's, since stealth is no longer a prerogative, get our boys some cover, why don't we? Cover with someone who can't die. Believe it. There is a dragon. Come on now. Hey, Rayloff. Didn't know he'd be here. Can't say he's the best track record for stealth, does he? First Helgen, now this. But seems things worked out. I just wish if they had waited for me, things could have got a lot better for them. We have a lot less losses. I'll take their personal effects for their families. Well, let's break out that sword and claim this fort in the name of High King Ulfric Stormcloak. Is it worth taking out the Invisalign for ice cream? Can you take it off and put it back on?
Where'd you come from?
Hello there. Oh, I almost feel bad for him.
Damn you.
Man just like wholly gave up. I love that. He's just like, I can't do anything about this, but fuck you, dude. Alright. Apparently none of the other Stormcloaks thought it'd be worth following me in here. Are these the people I'm trying to free? Or are these the people who I need to kill? Not really honorable to kill them while they're waking up, so let them figure themselves out for a second, and then end it. You're still here? Okay. Still a guy down there, but I know there's also prisoners I think I have to free. Ah, the force commander. Well, now we are very awkwardly looking up his skirt. Ooh. It's gonna be so much nice loot to take when we come back here. I love that that guy's marked because Serana raised him from the dead.
Who's there? Give me one. Done and done.
Anyone else? Now the fort commander's raised. That's really funny. Well, no one's down here. Were the prisoners just the ones that were waiting outside? We already found? I'm guessing that reason that one hasn't closed out yet is because that guy is still, for whatever reason, technically considered alive because Serana's resurrected him. Resurrected. Not quite the exact verbiage. Okay, PB. Have a good night. Legate. As ordered, I have assumed command of Fort Negrad. Morale is low, and the ongoing chaos in Helgen has left our supply lines dangerously vulnerable. Pale Pass is all but closed due to avalanches in the mountains. We need more support, or our garrison will not withstand another attack. Fortunately, I didn't even get a chance to send the letter, let alone ever see that report. But that's an important detail. The Pale Pass is caved in, and that's what's preventing the Empire from marching massive armies up here. The Skyrim garrison is kind of trapped in the north, which also puts us on a timetable because it becomes very difficult for us to win this war if we're left to face the full might of the Empire.
Can't wait to kill another Imperial.
Okay, buddy. No need to be so antagonistic to them, though I suppose there are certainly some things that make that appealing. In Civil War, it's very hard to judge who's a moral man from good man.
Send Ulfric my regards.
He's a pretty busy man. I'll see. He might have time.
Done and done.
Alright, someone's got a key here somewhere.
Hurry.
Thanks.
I'm not too worried about it. There we go. I got the key. It's not as much of a rush as you guys think it is.
Let's teach these bastards
I'm
a
gonna
lesson.
be honest. It's really not about to be too hard. Yeah. So I've already basically killed everyone, and you're pretty much good to go. So there you go. Okay, so this is what it wanted me to do. It wanted me to do all this, like coming through here. Where even was this? This is what it wanted from me? I mean, again, I would have been all for it, but, Ryloff decided to get involved. He didn't even give me the chance, lest I just let him and his men get slaughtered. Hopefully Galmar is a talking with him. Alright, but now that's cleared up, I can go back to the Invisalign talk. I mean, I would say it's worth it to take it out. I wouldn't try to do it and then wash it. It does sound like unpleasant. Like, it's hard. Supposed to get stuff out of stuff like that. That's so intricate, especially when it's on your teeth. But you need the pleasantries, you know? You need something nice to keep you going. So I would take it out for ice cream. Who's this guy?
Thanks. I thought I was going to rot in here. So, what's the plan?
Yeah, we got one on the outside. We're taking
I've got
over
a
the
few
fort.
scores to settle.
But I don't. Okay. You're gonna be disappointed. I'm sorry. Everyone's dead.
Fight or die well. Next Imperial I see is dead. We'll show those faithless dogs who this land belongs to.
I can pretty much guarantee you that the next Imperial sees is dead, but not the way you're thinking.
Great work. Get back and report our success. I'll stay here and clean up the mess. Glad you were here. Couldn't have done it without you.
Good to see you too, Rayloff. I'm just gonna go and take my spoils since I don't really get paid for this, you know. Report to Ulfric? Why not Galmar? I'm running all over the place. I guess this constitutes as Folkreath taken. That's nice. It's a cool lighthouse. That's actually one of the coolest things I've seen in this game, these lighthouses. I like it. I love the design. Alright, we're going to finish looting, report to Ulfric, and then that's our day, everyone. Stay tuned, though. You know, even though I'll be signing out of Skyrim, I'll still be doing one more discussion segment I'm really excited about. I wonder if I can take this girl's red dress and give it to my daughter. I don't really need that. Oh, Imperials. They aren't the only ones who torture, but things might be going a lot better for you if you do not resort to such tactics. I'm sure the Stormcloaks, I know for a fact the Stormcloaks use the same bloody tactics. Not that I think a torture is wrong in all cases, I'm not one of those guys. I'm not someone who believes that it is against human dignity to cause someone to suffer or to die. It's just it contributes to their dignity. The discussion we've had before, one of our earlier episodes of Skyrim, actually, honestly, before a lot of the people who are here right now were here. This is before, you know, I re-met Sentry in Alabama. This is before K-Tarby came to the channel, before Jord was at the channel. We had that discussion, so 10 out of 10 would recommend going back and checking that episode out. It's the one where I raided the Falmore Embassy. Mostly looted. What, Sentry? I mean, I have time to talk about the death penalty again and stuff like that, if you want to.
If it isn't...
Hey, they call me Ice Veins. Thank you. I love that. Well, that's really cool. They, like, integrated that into the game. That follows through. Yeah, I don't think so. Ironically, like, the Iron Sword's probably my favorite sword design in the game. I should probably drop some stuff off of Serana.
Yes. Anything good?
I should also talk to her about getting rid of her vampirism. Dang, she actually looks good in the helmet. I mean, she's Serrano, so she'll look good in anything, but I'm not giving it to her because I want her to wear it, so we will take that back. Now, let her keep wearing the circlet. Even give her that. Serrano, have you ever thought about getting cured of your vampirism?
No. Why?
Actually, I don't know if I should have this talk here. I'll have it somewhere else so it's more aesthetic in the video later. And better, I mean, better for live too. I don't want to give you guys a cheaper experience either. But the reason I drop all those things off is because the heavy armor is actually pretty valuable, so. Child's doll, I can give that to my child. I like that they include these things. They make you realize that the Imperials are human. Men with children. Children whose fathers are not coming home, I'm afraid. Ah. No! So close. Dwarven arrows, heck yeah. Imperial armor, that's very good. Don't need the doll anymore. I don't really need to give black robes to my daughter either.
Oh, what is it? If you think it'll help.
There you go. Learned anything is I can't pick up any more of those. Pick that up. Yeah, it's weighs 35. We'll have to just settle for the one. Which I might just keep the one, honestly. Oh, as a memento. A full kit of Imperial armor. Probably would have helped them out if they were wearing it. You know. Especially when you're stationed somewhere. It makes more sense to be wearing that than like out in the fro. Because you don't have to travel as far in the armor. Not the armor is even so terribly heavy, it's not practical. Medieval armor is a lot lighter than modern armor. Because of the density it takes to stop a bullet, even though it looks like you're wearing less. It covers less of your body. And actually weighs a lot more. Especially if you include the stuff on the back. Ooh, a treasure map. No? Hold on. Steel sword doesn't look too bad either. Well, let's read this treasure map. Woo. You got the ice cream? Heck yeah. Enjoy it. Get every little bit out of that bite of ice cream you can. Make it worth the time. Alrighty. Let's read this treasure map. Okay. Got it. So if the lake is out that way... I'm gonna go down this path here. Up and into the mountains. It looks like it's up there somewhere. Wait, did I just hear glue? Oh no, it's another horse. There we go. Everyone, meet new glue. But canonically old glue, because the game stole glue from us and had no right to. Glue physics, everyone. Which is a funny expression in every possible way. Oh! Ah. Hey, bunny. Oh, okay. I found it. The most natural of ways. With the... Ooh, there's amber in there. Moonstone? Wow. Heck yeah. Alrighty, well let's head back up to Windtown. Talk to Ulfric, and then we'll talk to Serana about curing her vampirism, so that can happen while we're away. And then we'll be off. Just phase through the ground.
It's so good to see you again.
Well, thank you. Oh, we gotta level up too. We'll do that in between the two things.
The Stormcloaks are finding victory across the land.
Alright, well, while we wait for Ulfric, I guess we do this first. It's been a long time coming, everyone. It has not been lost on me, even as far away from having done the, the quest line as it is now.
What now?
Being here in January, when we were doing the start of the quest line in October, thinking back to just how much was going on when we were taking on the vampires, how much Serana and I have been through. And now it finally comes to the end of that chapter. Chapter in our lives. Serana, have you ever thought about getting cured of your vampirism?
No. Why?
You could be free again. Your own person, free from Molag Bal's influence.
It would be nice to not always be so thirsty.
If you want to cure yourself, I'll support you.
I'll speak to Falion. I've heard he knows about these things. I'm going to go away for a while. I'll meet you back home when I'm done.
I look forward to it. And I wish you well. I would have supported you in anything that you did, but I think this is going to be the best for you. Divines be with you, friend. Good luck.
I'll see you soon.
See you soon. And there she goes, our ever-lovely Serana. On her way to become even more Serana. I'm excited to meet her without the vampirism. See who that person is. Alright, well, let's level up and then we speak to Ulfric. Looks like we're due for stamina. And based on the stuff we've been doing, I say sneak warrants a look again. I can get that one at 40. I don't really need that. Don't trigger pressure plates. Wow. That could be very useful. But I think this is better for now. It's super hard to see us because we are super sneaky. Those dragon shouts. Easy to miss, you know? Easy to miss. Alrighty. Well, Ulfric, Falkreath is ours.
I'm proud we liberated Falkreath from the Empire. In many ways, it's the heart and soul of Skyrim, not to mention its rather strategic position. Some brothers have taken to calling you Bonebreaker. Evidence of your ferocity and determination. A fitting name. So we shall all call you thus.
Wow.
The war demands so much from us. And we
We're
give all we
stacking
have
up titles.
to it and to the people.
Thank you.
But I've kept a little something to offer you in appreciation. Please take this on behalf of all the brothers and sisters. And I need capable and loyal warriors close at hand. So I'd like to offer you a home in Wenhelm. Speak with my steward, who'll make the arrangements.
Well, thank you. I am honored, High King. I'm looking forward to taking up the residence as well. What's next?
You're needed in Yarmarch. There's much to be done.
Understood.
For Skyrim.
For Skyrim. I'll hail the High King, and once again, thank you for the honor of both the item and the land. We are a man of many homes now.
I don't like talking to someone who
Not even
cheaply.
not even Jarl Bolgriff gave us a home.
The Stormcloaks are finding victory across the land.
Very grateful for that. Well, let's see what item he gave us. I missed that. Was it a weapon or was it a piece of armor? Was it just an elven sword? It was just an elven sword, wasn't it? Well, it's still an honor. It's the thought that counts. At least, the thought powerfully counts.
I'm not much of a strategist, but Lord Ulfric listens to my counsel all the same.
Oh, I have to buy it. Well, I guess I at least appreciate him giving us the opportunity to buy it. And, well, we have the gold. Why not? I guess not much better than Jarl Bolgriff, but appreciate it nonetheless.
Splendid. There's a house available right now.
I'll take it.
Wonderful. Here is the key to your new home.
Alrighty, well, let's check this out.
It's dangerous.
Wait. Did we just buy? Guys, we just bought the house. What? Durnavir? What? What? Why are you here? Durnavir? Durnavir, you're drunk. Go home. I have not called him
Spare a coin.
in a long time.
Rewards the generous.
Apparently I can't give her a coin. But, okay. Alrighty then. Guys, let's check out our new home. And we'll end it there. How about that? It's not going to be decorated yet, and even so, I like Whiterun better as a location, so we will allow our child to live there with Lydia, which also helps. She's there to protect the kids. And it should be safe from fighting now. I wish you would have let me move my child here. Yeah, my new home. Yay, there's blood on the floor. Is there still... Guys. We've been caught. We really got. They got us good. We've been scammed. They spent $12,000 and made it out to be an honor, and they just dumping this mess on us. Oh my goodness. Yeah. I'm glad I didn't just like immediately run. Whoa! What the? What? Is evil. Is evil. All right. Well, we're closing that. Yeah, I'm glad I just didn't immediately run away running send my daughter here. Let's hope it looks better once it's furnished, you know. But overall, still one heck of a property. Well, look, it does, you know, they at least did up the bed nice for us. I love that was prerogative number 1. When they put fine clothes in there, okay, I appreciate that too. We could even like make some of our money back from that, but you think if they cared enough? Or I guess the fine clothes were there earlier, so they just left them. If they cared enough to move the bed, you think someone would think to like clean up the blood stains, but okay. Alright, we'll decorate it next time. Well, thank you all so much for watching episode 17 of the Skyrim series. Our jaunt to the Jagged Crown was successful, and we did much more. So, yeah, this was a great stream, a great time. Looking forward to, we're going to go break into a last discussion segment. But yeah, we recovered the Jagged Crown, took the city of Whiterun, reclaimed the hold of Folkreath, the heart of Skyrim, and also stopped a set of murderers, clearing a name in the process, and earning for us a new home. Yeah, episode 17 is crazy. And we're about we're over halfway there, you know, so it's incredible to see how far we've come. I can't imagine being on episode 17. This is so like the difference between this and episode 1. How far I've come, how far the community's come, and thank you all so much for that. You've been integral to the growth of both. You are the community, obviously, and I'm so grateful to have her. I mean, it's just such a wonderful group of people, and I feel like today I got to do a lot of, you know, that stuff I was talking about at the top of the stream. Reintegrate some of that old stuff, that old really endearing, wholesome stuff as well that we got to talk about throughout the stream, in addition to all the fun stuff and the more high-minded stuff. Just little things like the beauty of the winter and stuff like that that really made it feel like home. Made it feel like what I wanted this channel to be, and a place I hope other people will really enjoy being and do enjoy being. Alright. Man, my palms are sweaty. A long stream. That's what happens with these. So we're going to go into our end discussion segment here. Give me a second, just clear my throat. I'm going to throw it to the Be Right Back stream, but it'll only be like literally a minute. I just got to clear my throat, and then we'll be back. Now want you to see how ugly it's going to be. Alright, we're good. We're good. So to get some stuff out of there. And also just like recenter myself on what I was thinking. Without y'all, you know, having to sit and watch me awkwardly stare at a wall. But yeah. So I try and save more fun stuff for the end of streams as well. So that's not like as essential. You know, that I'm at the top of my game. in terms of communication skills. But this is nonetheless something I'm very passionate about. I've said it before and I've said it again. It's one of my most deeply personal interests, D&D. That's because the game is so deeply personal. It's so heavily focused on really exploring yourself and your friends and putting yourself into what you're playing. More so than of all sorts of really cool, fun board games where you're messing, controlling characters and playing strategy. But D&D is a game where you really you become the character. The character gives you a body in the world, but his motives mix with yours, and so your heart ends up in the game, and then you also get new perspectives out of it. But then you're also still getting all the fun stuff you get from a classic game. The strategy and the combat. Not to mention the fun aspect, just the chaos, the fun and chaos and accomplishments and fighting dragons. They're doing sometimes belligerently stupid quests. It's just such a great game. I love it so much. And this guy's a great channel. 10 out of 10 would recommend. Puffin Forest, I come back to him a lot. Watch a lot of his stuff. I plan to watch this later. Let's save that to watch later. Watch that once I'm done here. Yeah, he's just reviewing one of essentially the second edition to ever come out of D&D. By naming conventions, either called 1 or even 2, or either called edition 1 or edition 2, but the name it was at the time was Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. The only game that preceded it was Dungeons and Dragons. Little did they know that the game would be so beloved and become such a staple of American culture and even world culture that it would go on to 5.5 editions. I'm going to let him talk and even let his
AD&D DMG, written by Gary Gygax. I thought I'd talk about
you fight dragons, fight demons,
bare bones,
do all sorts of fun stuff. But I just want to go through a few of the things I thought were cool elements. The D&D is kind of how it's developed and things that we've forgotten, things that were changed for the better. One of the things I really wanted to lean into that kind of connected to what we were talking about at the top of the stream was kind of the focus of the game. And so there were certain elements that played into this, like they didn't have, and I think that this is a change that's been for the better, is the addition of the noble class or the street urchin class, but because they found ways to make it work. But at first everyone was just this middle, same level of society character, because it was, in the beginning, it wasn't about these grand narratives, right? It wasn't just there's a new necromancer, every time we sit down, there's a necromancer who wants to plunge the world into eons of darkness, yada, yada, yada. The classic trope. Dungeons and Dragons was just about you and your friends beating, going into dungeons, beating dragons, and getting loot, and using that to become wealthy and first survive with that wealth, and then grow a home and pick up NPCs and stuff. And even though it sounds counterintuitive, it sounds like that'd be less personal, because you're not thinking, or less endearing, because you're not thinking about it, you're not saving the world, you're not doing it for anyone else. But the thing is, you're doing it for real people, though. You're doing it for the other people in the party, and you're focused on building something. You don't sit down every time about how do I kill this person or kill this thing. It's about how do you build up. What are you going to build? What are you going to do? Even when you're saving the world, you can lean into the fact that you're going to create this. They're going to restore order to the world. Let people live these peaceful, joyful lives. There's not as solid as a goal as when you play it that way. The game was originally intended. You're really thinking through what are your friends like? What do you want to do with them, and come up with those goals. Your friend is crashing out. Prayers for them. Have a good night, K. Tarby. Thanks for stopping in. No worries. Good luck. Peace be with you and peace be with them. But yeah, so you're really leaning into what your friends want, and you're growing in your relationship with them. And there are all sorts of cool things that they had to make that happen. Time was a rigid concept in the game. A lot of DMs just throw it around it doesn't really matter. Taxes were a thing, which I know that sounds weird, but it gave you a recurring monetary incentive. Everything you did in the game costs money, so it really that was your reason for going into dungeons. The DM didn't have to think of a new boss every single time. Sometimes, you just needed to survive. That was what you did as a job. And that was okay. Like, I think it's better when you kind of merge this format with the last one, because like the problem with modern storytelling is you run out of ideas eventually, because you have nothing in between. You have nothing personal to use to establish stakes. You just have to like keep upping it. Like, oh, the first bad guy wants to destroy the city. Next bad guy wants to destroy the country. The next one wants to destroy the continent. Next one, the world. Then you have the multiverse and Planal Wars. But when you have like this down to earth storytelling, where you need to like build up a base in order to survive, and make friendships in order to survive with NPCs, and those get integrated into your base, into your town, and you build up this infrastructure. And the same thing with that XP, where all the little steps along the way become deeply personal because the stakes are high. Then you can also have stories where it's just, they're not ending the world, but now the boss is trying to end your world. He's coming after your friend. He's coming after your house. He's coming after this town or people you befriended along the way in your dungeon crawling. And so you mix that, and then you have all this new diversity of storytelling that all like enriches the other. When you have a home to fight for, that makes it all the more powerful when you're going to fight the big bad. And again, it makes it all the more interesting when he's coming after you, how the broader world plays into that. Like, whoa, I'm this big hero that's worth this big bad's time. And you get that. It makes sense because you love everything that's here, and you know that he hates you. And so it makes sense that he hates them. So I thought that was really cool. And that's, we're talking about at the top of the stream. Just like trying to make everything you do deeply personal. Something I didn't get to talk about at the beginning. It's kind of like a psychological term. Psychological verbiage, I mean. That, hold on. My congestion always gets so bad by the end. It's okay. But yeah, people tend to operate on like these 3 different levels. I think it's a really cool psychological concept because it plays into like personality types. It's a gendered thing as well. It's one of like the solid differences you can look at. Like, consider, there's some things, everything's kind of flexible and everything happens within a range. But there's still like there's still set ranges for what can be expected for people born with a Y chromosome, people born with 2 X's, as to how their brain's going to physically develop. They develop differently, and like there's different wavelengths that people normally think of. One of them is like this middle level. That's like the deeply personal level. It's like your friendships, your romantic relationships, your parents, your kids, your family, so on and so forth, are in this middle sphere, and the things that are personal to you. Then you have the lower sphere, that's like base stuff, kind of, fighting, sex, vulgarity, all that kind of stuff. And then the upper level, higher level theological thought and stuff like that. And so different people, think on these different wavelengths. We're not going to go into that right now. Topic, save that topic for another day. Give us more to talk about later. But in this case, like, it appeals to that middle level. That's what we're aiming for. That's why I bring all this up. I just really enjoy psychology. I might want to go to school to get an associate's in psychology. I love talking about it. I love being able to integrate it. But yeah, like this is this middle level where it's all personal. Everything really matters. It's about the endearment more than like the long-term consequences, or just like, the bare bones, like chaos, fun, that sort of stuff. That's kind of in this more base level. We're looking for that middle level to be our vibe. That's kind of the level Mr. Rogers operated at. But you talked about very simple concepts. We're kind of breaking it into a whole new world. Yeah, that's what we're going for. And so that's what kind of is being played into here in that level of D&D. Everything becomes super personal. It's not just about players finding new ways to derail the story, or this new far-off big bad with a plot line and stakes so high and far away that you almost can't even really get emotionally invested in it. But yeah, so just
works.
now it's just
Very
time to nerd
technical.
out and look at some of the other
You
cool
can't,
stuff in there.
it's away
like,
from player characters. And
stuff was very different, like Magic. If you've played D&D before, Magic worked really weirdly different. I get why they changed it because, well, it's a cool concept the way they had it, where like mages went first, and so then after that the fighters would go, and then after, well, martial characters more broadly, after they went, then the spells would resolve. So the fight, like the martial class, had an opportunity to like hit the mage and disrupt their concentration, but like there's just no canonical reason why a mage would have to act first like they do in that setting. You know, mage is always casting the fireball. By the time the archer can whip out an arrow, that doesn't really make perfect sense. And then then you have the table. Those people always get to go first, and they can take, they never get to have their big moment because the fighters marshals can always take it from them. I kind of get why we do it the way that we do now, but that was neat and different. A lot of things had more complex, like stats, like ways you roll for things, including spells. Yeah, I get that, and nearly enough, we can talk about it now because that's actually one of the male versus female things. Is men are very even keel; they'll rotate pretty evenly between those three levels. That's why, like, when you get together with guys, maybe you have some drinks or some cigars, whatever you're doing. You also need to have the game on, and while you're watching the game, some points you'll be talking about the game, some points you'll be talking about theology. Sometimes you'll be talking about your relationships, your friendships, and drama. But you couldn't do any of those things for the whole night. You couldn't just sit and just talk about football for the whole 2 hours. You need to think of something else to talk about, even if it's a more mundane interest. Something that's kind of more base, you'd still talk about it in a personal way. That's the way guys operate. But girls can get together. You see the memes, the difference between the guy Bible study and the girl Bible study. They function mostly in this middle level, which makes sense from an evolutionary standpoint, depending on what you think of those theories. Regardless, male-female psychology, it makes sense that men would be in that more well-rounded category, because, again, going back to the more traditional roles, that's what they would need to do that, to operate in all those different levels, to do those different jobs. They do the fighting, so they need to have more of a base appeal to them. They do the leading in in older societies and still in traditional ways we think of things, and more traditional people with traditional mindsets in the modern world. They take an active leadership role in a special way. You need a higher level of thinking too. And then the female traditional role, the evolutionary role, would be to tend to the children, tend to the community, tend to the home. And so it makes sense that they would end up being where, they'll just, I don't like to call it yapping, because they're not yapping. They're talking about the things that make the world go round. That middle level is the most important. That's a Christian belief, that God, as he was making people, was gradually making things like better and better and better. And so when time came for male and female, he had to think of a way to create something that was new and different, but still also equal. Like equal to the exact image and likeness of himself, but still somehow different. And so instead of making this like perfectly even keel mentality, he makes this person who is just overabundant in mercy, which is his greatest attribute. So less base, less tolerance. Women will can obviously, and again, it's a range. Women will still be great scientists and great leaders, and can be great fighters and so on and so forth. But they'll spend more time, be more naturally drawn to spend most of their time in that kind of middle level, which is the level that mercy operates in. That's God's favorite part of life, is that personal connections, or friendships, or relationships. And so women will just sit down and they'll talk about people for a really long amount of time, when it doesn't have to be gossip. That's that. They praise their friends and build people up. We have this idea of like, Mean Girls and stuff, that's all that happens there. But it can absolutely be the exact opposite, which is really, in Christendom especially, we talk about the revival of our views of traditional roles, like what those things mean. People talk about, mourn the loss of fatherhood and what it means to be a father. We even more have lost the role of motherhood, and how important that is, and how that's really what the world revolves around. And I think that's why we so often feel so empty. And even in this period of revival of those values, you can see so many people without hope, because those are the things that give us hope, is those personal relationships. Those are the things that make hope tangible. And so that happens at that middle level, that personal level. But yeah, and that's why men love women so much. That's why women are so cool. Because, just you can't, like... And you think about it, too, like, the idea of a rib being taken out, like... Think about how often men are lacking in motivation. Because, they're literally, like, you're thinking of your chest collapsing. You can't hold your chest high. Because you find it hard to plow through the world. And then these wonderful, fantastic lights in your life, women come into your life, and it's like, wow, I could do literally anything. Because that rib comes back. That's the idea. But yeah, so back into D&D. Magic items weren't as like the be all end all, and they also like they're more personalized. Like they'd have suggested stats written down for them that'd be applied to every type of game, but you would also be encouraged to come up with a certain number of your own. Rules went differently, like initiative was different. Melee versus ranged. That's one of the most interesting ones because something...
I knew that this book was going to be weird.
Something that I don't think that even 5e has adapted that well, as much as they've horribly messed up the ranger class. But being ranged in general is kind of broken. Like there's really almost no reason to go melee instead of ranged. Because when you're ranged, you can duck behind cover. You can't when you're meleeing. But melee, you use the strength score from that in most cases, which doesn't control your health pool. Constitution controls your health pool. So you can have as much health being at a distance as you can being an up-close type of character. It doesn't scale like that. So why not just make a fighter with a load of health who's super far away and harder for them to hit? Because you lose nothing. When someone gets right up in your face, your roll doesn't get worse. There's not like a penalty for someone being closer to you. So if someone's 5 feet away from you in the game, they're right there, you shoot them. It does the same, it's the same as if they're melee. So melee gives you no advantage, but it has drawbacks. I think there's better ways to deal with it than they did in this, because it's just so complicated. But the way they used to do it is that there was a much higher, like when you shot, you didn't get to choose which person you shot. You get to choose a direction. And then you roll for which thing in that direction you hit. And if it happens to roll onto one of the enemies in the area, then you roll to see if it actually like touched them, or if it grazed them, or if it missed, and then you roll for damage. So they had a different mechanic there, so there were consequences to going ranged. I think they come with a better way of doing it, but Broken and Baldur's Gate, yeah, maybe I haven't played it yet, but maybe I heard they buffed the ranger. So maybe they overcompensated for that. One of the things that I thought was really funny when I was doing this, I wonder if Gibbon's still here. Because Gibbon, one of our friends and I, or maybe even a couple of our friends and I, spent like several hours, like past 1 in the morning, in a D&D game to write up rules for flying. One of the most glorious nerd moments in my entire life. We sat down and for like 2 hours just talked about like what would make sense. Specifically, we were playing a Star Wars game, so like, how do you account for the conservation of momentum, inertia, the fact there's nothing to slow you down? How do you deal with a turn? How do you deal with how much movement does it cost to spin all the way around versus doing a broad turn? And all the maneuvers and the angles, and we went through all of that. Little did we know, first edition of D&D Advanced, they did that. It was written in the book. And it seems like a good system, too. Like, I get why they cut it. It's pretty complicated. But I would still use it. I'd appreciate it, rather than, like, flying movement works in the same way others do. I think it's really cool to have there be, like, momentum and stuff, rather than just like the same rules that apply for walking, because they're not the same rules. And turning wouldn't make sense the same way, and it gives you more variety of cool stuff you can do. Sometimes complexity gets in the way, other time it enriches the experience. You got to find the balance. It's something D&D's generally pretty darn good at. Alignment was weird, though we can appreciate the fact that they kind of based this part off Catholicism, where every alignment, like good or evil, had a specific language associated with it. And you like had to use that language. You weren't even allowed to learn the other ones. So if you were good, you learned like a in-game version of Latin, and if you were bad, you learned like an underground chant, or like just weird skewed language. I'm right there with you. I'm glad that you love physics in games. It's fun to nerd out about that sort of thing. And yeah, sometimes, yeah, I totally get that as well. That it's very frustrating when they don't get it. Though you can get into all sorts of fun antics with it.
Says
like finding the quick way down.
Hey, don't do this because it will break game balance.
And no, I don't think that was really the game developer's fault. But yeah, so the last thing I was going to say is that, that we've kind of moved away from focusing on game balance and just like, do whatever you want, man. Like, it's a lot more homebrew D&D culture now than it used to be, which I'm good with. I still think aiming for balance is good, though. Like he said, you shouldn't, call your game balanced lest you be wrong. But I think it's fine to say that you believe your game is balanced if you think it is. According to you, you did the best you could. It's kind of common sense to be interpreted that way. But yeah. So some things I think D&D could relearn. Some things that are good that have changed. I look forward with trepidation to 6e. They did make like a 5.5 already. They called it a 5th edition 2024 version. I've heard nothing but bad things so far. And the Ranger isn't fixed. They fixed none of the big important stuff. They just changed a bunch of stuff around that didn't need to be changed, and so I have no interest in going away from what is so far my favorite edition of D&D. For the sake of learning, having to learn a whole new system in some cases to play with new people. Like I'll just keep using 5e. Thank you. Thank you, but no thank you. But we'll see if 6e's what they do with 6e. I'm gonna play next time I play it though. I'm gonna play it with Baldur's Gate's rules for the Ranger. But yeah, that's one of the things that I think I will want to do with Wednesdays when that comes around. Because at first I was really trepidatious about it, but I was thinking about it today. Like, the DM doesn't have to write as much if we keep it shorter. And the NPCs, the people playing the game aren't going to be as needy either. Like, you won't need 5 hours of material every time we play it. We play for like 2 hours. So yeah, you're doing it every week, but it's realistically no more than you'd have to write if you're meeting just like once a month or whatever. And chat helps you out, like chat's throwing out ideas that you get to write in. I think it's fun to play with the chat too, because it gives you like things to play out for roleplay, like stuff you probably you might never do if you're role playing in your homebrew game, because it'd be kind of weird, to take characters in certain directions. They just be like, hey dude, why are you making this so dramatic? Are you okay? To take your character in certain cool directions, but you can get some really cool storytelling when you're doing it for an audience. I'm all for people doing that in homebrew games, though. Not that, I would be okay with it, but I mean, a lot of people will look at you kind of funny. But when you're doing it, when you're doing it publicly, everyone rallies around that kind of stuff and gives you cool ideas and even cool things like ways you can develop relationships with another character in the party, where it's not, like a friendship or a quarrelsome relationship, where it's not like there's no actual beef there because the chat came up with it, not you and the other guy. And so it's a lot more, it can be a lot of fun that way. Easier for the DM to write. So we're going to try and get a party together. And we can get a good amount of people together too, because when you're playing with more people, it actually is really fun to have a lot more people. So there's more commentary going on and crazy stuff. But we would have to figure out combat. Combat's the biggest thing that I think is going to be hard to make interesting. But I think experience points would be a fun addition. Also things like magic items and stuff to make it interesting. So it's not just like dice rolls and slog fest partway through. You just gotta be smart about it. You gotta write it so that story is happening in the fight. It's not just like he's over there, you're over here, you're throwing your numbers at his numbers, that kind of thing. So we'll see. We'll see if we can do it. We'll make it happen someday. Alrighty. Any thoughts before I head off? We'll close out on that note. It's something that you should really wait to do until you've played. Wait to DM until you've played in a game. I'm not one to say, I'm a believer that anyone from any background can come into their own, you'll have prodigies, you'll have particularly talented people. People just have a stroke of luck or a stroke of grace, and it'll just work out really well. I believe a lot in like the innate power of people to just sit down and become good at that thing. I don't think they should automatically be dismissed because they don't have experience in a thing. But I think as a general rule, it's best to try to play a game before you've DM'd. Like that's still a thing. The general rules still apply, even if there are exceptions. The general rule, you want experience. And you want to watch stuff. There's all sorts of great channels. How to be a great GM. Critical Role has a thing with Matthew Mercer. Watch other people play D&D. Watch things like Critical Role. Watch people like Puffin Forest. Learn about stories. There's all sorts of cool, funny people who react to like D&D Reddit threads and stuff, or their Discords, where you can find all sorts of cool, funny ideas you can throw into your story. All sorts of fun resources you have as a potential DM. So I would recommend that, but I would also recommend playing first. I'm excited because I hope when we do it on the channel, I'm going to get to play. I've DM'd so many games recently. I really want to just get back in and be a player. So we'll see. We'll see. Alrighty. Well, I think that's it. So thank you all so much for coming out. As always, it is so wonderful to have everyone here. I really enjoy playing Skyrim with everyone tonight. My cord with me when I went up there, but we're all good. As always, everyone, God bless, Godspeed, and good night.